Okay, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, January 13th, 2026. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Certainly. Supervisor Kennedy.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond.
Here.
Vice Chair Rodriguez.
Here.
Supervisor Hume, absent at the moment, and Chair Cerna.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Very good. Can you please read our statement?
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is live and recorded with closed captioning. It is cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV UVerse cable systems. It is also live streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting replays Friday, January 16th at 6 p.m. on Metro Cable Channel 14. Once posted, the recording of this meeting can be viewed on demand at youtube.com/Metro Cable 14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one comment per off-agenda item. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted while making your comment. Comments made by the public during Board of Supervisors meetings may include information that could be inaccurate or misleading, particularly concerning topics related to public health, voter registrations, and elections. The County of Sacramento does not endorse or validate the accuracy of public statements made during these open public forums. The recordings are shared to provide transparency and access to the proceedings of public meetings. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each off-agenda item and direct the clerk to call the name of each speaker. When the clerk calls your name, please come to the podium and make your comment. If a speaker is unavailable to make a comment prior to closing of public comments, the speaker waives their request to speak and the clerk will file the speaker request form in the record. The clerk will manage the timer and allow each speaker 2 minutes to make a comment. Off-agenda public comments will take place for a maximum of 30 minutes. The remainder of the agenda comments will take place at the conclusion of the time matters in the afternoon. As a reminder, Rule of Procedure 10B allows the chair to establish uniform time limits for people addressing the board in relation to a particular matter. Such limits may be announced at the beginning of each matter posted on the agenda and can include setting a specific amount of time devoted to public comment for a particular item, announcing cutoff times for receipt of request to speak forms, reducing the amount of time per speaker, or other reasonable and content-neutral measures. You may send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disability Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Very good. Thank you. And let the record show that Supervisor Hume has joined us.
Will do.
If you'd please rise and join me in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Again, I'd like to welcome everyone to the first Board of Supervisors meeting for 2026. I want to wish everyone a Happy New Year, a little belated, but it's good to see people here in chambers. This will be my final time chairing for the 2025 year and for my stint here serving on the Board of Supervisors, and it's been a great year. We got a lot done in 2025. We have a lot more to do in 2026. I'm looking forward to the leadership of our incoming chair. But again, just wanted to offer a New Year's welcome to everyone that is here and to everyone that may be watching on Metro Cable 14. With that, Mr. Clerk, what's our first item?
Our first item will be agenda item number 2, election of the Board of Supervisors chairperson and vice chairperson.
Okay. I would like to nominate Vice Chair Supervisor Rodriguez to serve as chairwoman for the 2026 year. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone sign up to speak on this matter?
We have no people signed up to speak on this item.
All right, very good. Then please vote.
All right, that item passes unanimously.
All right, very good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And with that, we are going to recess for 15 minutes.
Chair or Vice Chair?
I'm sorry?
Vice Chair?
Oh, sorry. Correct. I entertain nominations.
I will go ahead and make a motion for Supervisor Hume to be a vice chair.
All right, very good. I'll second that. Anyone signed up to speak on this matter?
No one signed up to speak on this matter.
Super controversial. I don't know. All right. Please vote.
This item passes unanimously.
All right, very good. Thank you, colleagues, for that reminder. All right. With that, we will now take a 15-minute break.
Actually, could we just say a few words?
Sure.
First, Supervisor Serna, I just want to thank you for your year of leadership as chair. I've had the privilege of being vice chair and really learning a lot from you, and I hope to be as efficient and effective in this new role as I have seen you this past year. I also want to say that for many people who may know Supervisor Serna, he is a supervisor that leads with heart. He has definitely has his priorities set very well. I've learned from him a lot of things. Sometimes I think I lack empathy, but really sitting down with these individuals, especially with Chair Serna, it has given me a much more different outlook to those who are underrepresented and underserved in our communities. And so I'm thankful for all that you've done. I'm glad that I get to serve this last year with you, and there is a token of appreciation for the work that you have done, a check to the Viewpoint Photographic Arts Center in your honor. And again, I just want to thank you for everything. And I also want to just say that I am really appreciative to be in chairing this next year. I have the privilege of serving with 4 individuals who are highly effective supervisors. These are 4 individuals that have been native Sacramentans. They have a long history. Their families have been here a long time. And it is really, truly a privilege to serve with them. I've only been in the Sacramento area for 20 years in 2026. But the experience and what they have in living here and wanting to make Sacramento, the region, a better place is really awesome to see. And then for many people who don't know, oftentimes here on the dais, we can have contentious moments, but behind the scenes, it is a very respectful relationship with all of us. It is very kind and gracious. And so, again, I am just looking forward to this next year, and thank you for, again, everything, Serna. But I do want to do 2 things. I would like a picture with you,
Okay.
with the, what do you call that?
Gavel?
The gavel?
Okay,
Yes.
sure.
All right.
All right, very good.
And my friend Adrian is going to take it.
All right. And just for the record, I do not own the Viewpoint Photographic Arts Center. It is a local nonprofit.
So here is a check for that, and then
Get this. There you go.
yeah, I'm handing it over.
All right.
All right.
Here we go. Hold on.
All right. Okay. Thank you. All right.
All right. Very good. Thank you. Well, thank you to my colleagues for, and especially Vice Chair Rodriguez, now Chair Rodriguez, for those gracious words. And again, it's been a tremendous honor serving as chair for the 3rd time in my career here. And again, look forward to her very capable leadership. She's no newcomer to sitting center at the dais. She obviously served as mayor for a number of years in Folsom. So I think she's going to be a great chair in 2026, bringing that experience and spirit and energy to the center of this dais. And we have some challenges in front of us in 2026, like most other local governments. but I'm very confident that she's going to help us and shepherd us through what we need to do in terms of committing ourselves to the public's business in Sacramento County. So with that, we will take a 15-minute recess.
We will now resume the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors meeting. Will the clerk please call roll to reestablish a quorum?
Certainly. Supervisor Kennedy.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Cerna.
Here.
Vice Chair Hume.
Here.
And Chair Rodriguez.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay. Will the clerk please call the next item?
The next item on our agenda is number 1, public comments relating to matters not on the posted agenda. And we do have one person signed up. Our first speaker will be Desiree Fox.
Good morning, Desiree.
Let me know when I can begin.
Yes, go ahead.
Dear God, I pray you give me discernment right now to use my voice in advocacy with diligence and respect. Hello, Board of Supervisors. I come to you, Desiree Fox, as a county employee of 10 years. I come to you also frustrated but very much liberated. Frustrated because, as I mentioned in the email I sent to you all on January 5th, 2026, there are some concerns I have as an employee of Sacramento County that have yet to be addressed. Some of those concerns have come after I returned from protected leave after giving birth to my 4th child. And I have had a lot of runaround from a system that was supposed to give me time, respect, duty, and some humanity as I navigated my process in returning to work. So here I stand in a public forum because I have not been offered the opportunity to have a meeting with a member of my commission, my supervisor, and myself to privately address some concerns that are very valid, time-consuming, and relate to how I can perform my job duties. So now you find me liberated because I get to teach my children in real time how to advocate for themselves when people are not validating your concerns and are not treating you with the humanity you respect. I formally request a meeting with a member of my commission, my supervisor, and myself to help resolve these issues. And let the record show, I've used every internal system provided to me. Human resources, I have showed up at buildings. I have documented everything to the best of my ability. I have used my voice. And now you find me here. And I want it to be known that I understand that this system has brought my people here enslaved, and it's assumed that I don't have American citizen rights, but I know that to not be true, and it never was. And I will use my voice to advocate for myself to the best of my abilities, to allow my children to see they deserve respect, and for me to be allowed respect as I come here as a county employee to perform the duties of my job. Thank you and have a beautiful day.
Thank you, Desiree.
And we have no other speakers signed up for off agenda.
Okay. Will the clerk please call the next item?
All right, the next item on our agenda is the consent calendar, items 4 through 45, and I do have some clerk notes. First, item number 4, we will be adopt an ordinance of the Sacramento County Code amending sections 2.145.082 and 2.145.085 relating to Sacramento County employees campaign, waived full reading and continued from December 16th, 2025, item number 2. We also have item number 5, which is approve a tax revenue exchange agreement with the City of Sacramento for the annexation of the Airport South Industrial Project and authorize the First Amendment with the City of Sacramento for water services. I'm noting that we are making the following deletions. First, from the recommended action 1B on the board letter, and also from paragraph B on the resolution, we are deleting the text contingent upon LAFCO's approval of the application for annexation. So that language is deleted from both the resolution and the board letter. We have item number 6 we are going to drop. That is adoption of the 2025 Sacramento County Extreme Heat Hazard Annex and Extreme Cold and Freeze Hazard Annex as emergency plans. We will need a separate vote to drop that item. We have item 12 on the agenda, adopting Board of Supervisor ordinance. Adopt an ordinance amending ordinance number 1598 relating to the compensation for members of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, waived full reading and continued from December 16th, 2025, item number 11. And also, item number 15 is being continued to January 27th. We'll need a separate vote to move that. And that item is authorizing the Director of Airports or designee to execute the Second Amendment to the agreement with Laz Parking California LLC for parking lot and shuttle bus management services at Sacramento International Airport to extend the term for a period of 15 months to June 30th, 2027, and increase management fees by $227,819 for a total contract amount of $1,011,561. And then also item 41, that is adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 9.120 to Title 9 of the Sacramento County Code relating to campaigning. This item, we are waiving the full reading, and it is continued from the December 16th, 2025, item number 37. Those are all the notes.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 supervisors in the queue. Supervisor Hume?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would make the motion to drop item 6 and continue item 15 to the January 27th meeting, but I would like to request a meeting with the Director of Airports on item 15 between now and then.
And that motion passes 5-0.
And then I would request that the clerk record me as an abstention on item number 10. I do not have a direct conflict of interest, but I have a good relationship with the Wilton Rancheria tribe, and I would like to remove any appearance of impropriety.
We will record you as an abstention for item number 10.
Thank you.
Supervisor Serna?
Thank you, Chair. I would like the record to reflect my abstention on item 47. Thank you.
And I will read the titles of those items real quick. So for item number 10, the Hume abstention, that is adopt a resolution declaring county-owned real property located on Jackson Road as exempt surplus land and authorizing the execution of a sales and purchase agreement and a quitclaim deed for the sale of real property to Wilton Rancheria, California, APN 126-0100-023, environmental document exemption. And then also for CERNA number 47, abstention. That item is County Service Area number 1, Zone number 1, public hearing on the benefit category change and levy of increased service change for the Cordova Hills Town Center subdivision, APNs 073-000-048-049 and -051. We will record your abstention.
I'm a little confused. 47 is a timed matter, not a part of the consent calendar?
It is,
Okay.
yeah.
Never mind. I'll register my abstention at that point.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll move the remainder of consent.
Okay. Please vote.
And consent calendar passes by that motion, 5-0.
Will the clerk please call the next item?
Our next item, we can move to our 10 o'clock or separate matters own ranks appointment.
Do you want it to move into own ranks? Let's
All
move
right. So item number 56, own ranks appointment for 2026. Getting to the right page here. All right. Board of Supervisors, 2026 appointments from own ranks to regional boards and commissions. First up, we have the Adult and Aging Commission. This is a one-year term and currently appointed by the chair or chair designee. We have Aaron Chong. So, Chair Rodriguez.
Mr. Chong, hold on a second. So excuse me, but I don't have notes on that.
Certainly. Yeah, this, I can make a copy of this or put it up. Well, I have notes all over mine. So these are the 2026 appointments, and we can also continue this particular item if you don't have a person you would like to appoint. The current is Aaron Chong, and that was appointed by the previous chair, Chair Cerna, last year. So continue to the next meeting.
Is Mr. Chong interested in continuing?
I am not.
Mr. Clerk, is it, through the chair, is this an appointment that traditionally runs with the chairmanship?
Yes.
Okay, then I would suggest that Supervisor Rodriguez consider maybe looking to appointing someone from your own staff.
Okay, we could do that, and then so let's move it to the next meeting.
Next meeting. Thank you. And next, we have the Criminal Justice Cabinet. This is also a one-year term, and the appointment does rest with the chair. And you can appoint a chair or chair designee. Currently appointed is Rodriguez.
Oh, yes, I will remain on that.
Remain. Thank you.
Yes.
Next up, we have the Health and Human Services Coordinating Council. This is an indefinite term. Board of Supervisor Chair is the appointer, and Aaron Chong is currently in the position.
Okay, I will appoint someone at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the Law Library Board of Trustees. The chair appoints this person. It's a one-year term. Currently, we have Lisa Travis in that position.
Okay, let's continue to appoint Lisa Travis to the position.
Thank you. Next, we have the Northern California World Trade Center Board. It is a one-year term. Currently serving is Cerna with the alternate Rodriguez, and this position is filled by the chair as the member and the vice chair as the alternate. So we would appoint Rodriguez as the member and the alternate as Hume for this item.
Sounds good.
Then we have the Regional Human Rights Fair Housing Commission. This is a one-year term. Alternates must be elected officials. Currently serving members are Kennedy and Rodriguez, and the alternate is Hume, and this is an open discussion for appointment.
Supervisor Kennedy, are you still interested in serving? So we'll keep it as is.
Sounds good to me. Then we have the Sacramento County, California Capital Air Show Board of Directors. This is a two-year term. The chair does appoint the designee. The previous designee by Chair Cerna was Felipe Fuentes.
Okay, I will appoint someone at our next meeting.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, we are discussing the Sacramento County Public Facilities Financing Corporation. The chair is the president, and the vice chair is the vice president. So in this case, we would appoint Rodriguez as the member, as the president, and the vice president would be Hume.
Okay, thank you.
And that concludes item 56, Board of Supervisors 2026 appointments.
Okay. Will the clerk please call the next item?
And that brings us to our 10:15 timed item of presentation, which is a presentation of resolution accepting donations up to $40,000 from Friends of Sailor Bar in support of the Gibson Ranch Pathway to Playground project in all supervisor districts.
Good morning, Chair Rodriguez, members of the board, Liz Bellis, Director of Regional Parks. And we do have a PowerPoint presentation, if that could be pulled up, please. If not, there we go. Awesome. So I'm here before you this morning with some great news. This is the exception of a donation of $40,000. We had stated up to, but it is actually going to be $40,000 in support of the Gibson Ranch Pathway to Play, which for the record is within Supervisor Rodriguez's District 4. So I'd like to give you a quick overview of the project. The goal of our Gibson Ranch Pathway to Play is to create a play area that is specifically designed to be accessible and for children that are on that have been diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. It includes a variety of play equipment. It's specifically designed for inclusive play, providing access to a range of sensory experiences. And the difference of this playground, it's not your typical playground where everything is grouped together. Everything is spread out so that we can limit sensory overload. Sensory play is everything that involves all of your senses. So touch, smell, taste, movement, balance, sight, and hearing. Obviously, we know that this is beneficial for all children, but it is especially helpful for kids with autism. It does a lot of things, including supporting language development, cognitive growth, your fine, gross motor skills. It aids in developing your brain, and it's a very important part of early childhood development. Sensory play, as you may know, is very important for calming anxious or frustrated children. If you've ever babysat a child and you know the smooth rocking motion is what calms them down, that's exactly what we're talking about here. So what are some target recommendations for a play area for children with autism? It's an outdoor play area that has a fully enclosed fence built with a wide path around the playground to help inform the children what's going on so they can establish what they're seeing, where they are, and have a sense of security. It should offer sand play, water play, musical play with instruments, and imaginative play. It should have some cozy areas where you can kind of escape and get away from everything that's going around you and reset if you need to. It should incorporate a lot of movement, anything that spins, sways, rocks, or jumps. This is just a brief overview of the plan. It's actually going to be elevated, so it goes up on a slope so that you have the ability, one of the slides with some special equipment included, you actually get to roll down the hill with the slide. It's very exciting. This is where it's going to be located. It's going to be located at Gibson Ranch in the area that, for those of you who are native Sacramentans, the old swim hole. And this is just a few of the pieces of equipment that we're planning to incorporate, just so you can see. This, the one on the left is a we-go-round. You can get inside that if you are in a wheelchair as well, and it's a nice spinning movement. It's not the merry-go-rounds of our past that were death traps. Survivor, 1974. Some musical instrument play. This is your teeter-totter reimagined. Again, you're not going to launch your best friend or brother or sister off the side there. This is our cozy area for quiet time. This is a communication board for those who are nonverbal but still would like to communicate with others on things that they're interested in pursuing in the playground, how they're feeling, that type of thing. So project involvement. Some of you might be asking, how did Friends of Sailor Bar become aware of this project and become involved? They were brought into this project because we made a presentation to the American River Parkway Coalition meeting. And shortly after that presentation, they said, we would really like to support this project and help you raise money. So they did that. They did a special fundraising dinner, and which resulted in this donation of $40,000. I'd like to give some special thanks to the Friends of Sailor Bar Steering Committee, as well as Ringo Rhodes, Tracy Collinger, Jim and Katie Crawford, and Jody King. I believe they're all right here in the audience. But this is a very, very important project for the Sacramento community as a whole. And so I thank you for your time to be able to make this presentation and accept this donation. And why don't you guys all come up and say hi real fast? Well, maybe not say hi, but come on up, get recognized.
So while they're coming up, I do have Supervisor Desmond in the queue to speak.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And while you're making your way up to the podium, I just want to thank you, Liz. I want to thank the Friends of Sailor Bar. I'm very supportive of this project. I think it's talk about turning lemons into lemonade, right? I mean, the money initially raised by the Friends of Sailor Bar, which is, as you know, in response to a plan by the county to reopen some roadways at Sailor Bar. And I just so appreciate your generosity and your graciousness for saying, hey, let's not let the money go to waste and use it for a positive project, which is just wonderful. I know Mark Laver, who's affiliated with UCP, is here as well in support of this project. Now, I have to admit, I have a little trepidation about supporting something that's outside my district where the money really originated. But Jody and others, I would really still like to see. And I know Diana Pagetto's out there too. I would love to see more outdoor nature education programming at Sailor Bar. I think that would be wonderful. It is a unique gem in the crown that is our American River Parkway in Sacramento County.
More to come on that. We're going to have some great things for Sailor Bar.
Great.
Involving this very group. So.
Well, thank you, Liz.
More
and
to come.
Thank all of you for your advocacy for the Parkway and for your support for this project. And at the appropriate time, Madam Chair, I would move approval of the item.
I'll second. I have some comments, though.
Okay, so yeah, Supervisor Serta.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to certainly extend my concurrent comments with my colleague in terms of expressing gratitude to the Sailor Bar community and everyone that's joined Liz at the podium here. But the modest guy behind you, Mark Laver, who's already been identified by Supervisor Desmond, is someone I have a tremendous respect for, and been very fortunate to work with Mark in the past. He's a past recipient of the annual Cerna Prize for his commitment and dedication to really leading multiple efforts in our communities when it comes to accessible playgrounds. And he's got a very powerful story that I certainly am not equipped to share with you. That's his prerogative. But he has shared it with me multiple times. It's very touching. It's the impetus for his activism and his involvement trying to expand the network of these types of playgrounds across Sacramento County. And if you've ever been to Southside Park, you know what I mean. Southside Park has, I think, one of the best, if not the best, playground anywhere in the region when it comes to its inviting nature, the fact that it's so thoughtfully planned when it comes to young people that have special needs. So I just want to publicly thank Mark, the humble guy sitting up in the cheap seats there, for everything you do.
So Liz, I just want to say thank you to the Friends of Sailor Bar for your support. I first learned of this when I met with Liz about, a year and a half ago maybe. And I was very excited for this project because I have a nonverbal autistic grandson who, for many of you know, when you take them places, they don't have the ability, I mean, they're super smart kids, but they don't have the ability to say, excuse me, and they get excited and they run. And so at playgrounds, oftentimes people interpret them as being rude, but they're not. It's just it's the world that they live in. And so when you have places like this where families can go, they are free to explore and learn and be who they are. So thank you for supporting the project, and I'm really glad that this project is now up and going for these families with special needs kids.
We are planning construction this current year. Very excited about that.
Thank you. And Clerk, so this is a presentation. Is there a motion tied to it? There is?
Looks like presenters. I don't have it down as an item for action. presentation, but it's a resolution accepting donations, so.
Okay, all right, very good. All right.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you especially to everyone here.
Thank you,
Resolution
Liz.
passes 5-0.
All right, would the clerk please call the next item?
Certainly. And actually, Chair Rodriguez, we did have somebody
Oh, that wanted to request to speak?
that had requested.
My apologies.
So if it's okay with you, we'd like
Yes.
to call up the speaker for a consent calendar item. First, it is Christopher Lodgson.
My apologies, Christopher.
Should I just get each item up?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
All right, so first, good morning, Chair and Supervisor. My name is Chris Lodgson, Policy Manager at the Anti-Recidivism Coalition here in the Sacramento office, that is. I'm here to talk about item 40, item 35, and item 34. I'll quickly go through these. So first, we appreciate the county's investment, as it concerns item 40, we appreciate the county's investment in treating mental illness inside custody. Effective treatment, as we believe, reduces unnecessary incarceration and improves public safety. And as this program moves forward, the program in question moves forward, we urge the county to prioritize continuity of care. Too often, treatment ends at release, so for the folks who are currently incarcerated or those who are released, too often treatment ends at release, leading to crisis, instability, and reincarceration. Connecting individuals to Medi-Cal, community-based providers, and discharge planning is essential to reducing repeat incarceration, and I'd like to thank you for considering the reentry impact of the investment in question. As it concerns item 34, staffing matters. Programs only work if there are enough trained professionals to serve transitioning people out of custody, especially during the first and critical weeks after release. So we encourage the county to be clear about how these positions, the positions in question as it relates to the item, how these positions will support justice-involved individuals, and to ensure that staffing leads to faster access to care, better coordination, and fewer people cycling back into custody. Thank you, of course, for prioritizing behavioral health capacity. And finally, item 35, health conditions inside jail directly affect community health after release. I mean, this is clear. Strong oversight improves compliance, accountability, and reentry outcomes. We urge the county to ensure that Medi-Cal planning includes continuity of care after release and coordination with the community providers. Supporting health at reentry reduces crisis-driven at reincarceration. And we thank you for recognizing correctional health as a public health issue. And with that, I will end my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christopher.
And we also have signed up to speak Holly Tolbert.
Good morning, Holly.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Holly Biagiani Tolbert, and I'm a member of Advocates for Arden Arcade. In addition to that, I run a Arden Arcade and Carmichael Watch social media page, crime social media page. I am here today to support the extension of the local no camping ordinance to include the word private property. For the last year and a half, I have video documented the homeless problem in my area. I have written about it and bared witness to the devastating effect that this has had on our local businesses in my community. When I first started this, I helped several local businesses get letters of agency so my community can help them police their properties. One of the problems we have had is shared spaced parking lots. For instance, in the country club area, you have multiple property owners that share one parking lot. If there's a problem, people just bounce to the next area and there is no letter on agency on that building. We as a community then cannot call law enforcement if a problem exists. If we do not know who the owner is or it's a vacant property, it can take weeks for these areas to clean up. In particular, my area is District 3 Arden Arcade. We have had serious issues with homeless encampments on private property. A prime example is the One Community Center on Kingsway. No one is currently in the building. The building has had smashed windows, doors, graffiti everywhere, piles of trash, and shopping carts all over the street. We have had people passed out from fentanyl on the front steps of our building, a block from our local elementary school. When we call the sheriff, they tell us that they do not have the authority to make the report. So this is now how we live, with huge fenced areas around our buildings to keep the mischief away. I have done several encampment cleanups and found needles and paraphernalia all over my community. Enough really is enough. We need to give our community the power to govern our own areas and the authority of our law enforcement to get the job done. Much is said about the rights of homeless. Nothing is being said about the rights of our local businesses who are having to spend lots of money in fencing and security just to assure that the customers and their employees have a safe space to shop and to work. People that are simply trying to navigate getting into their place of employment are having to deal with this daily. Our children are having to walk home from school having to experience this. My community is fed up with the mountains of trash, piles of waste, bicycle parts, needles, and unvaccinated dogs running everywhere. Our community deserves better. We deserve safe parks, safe bike trails, and safe neighborhoods.
To wrap it up, Holly. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, can I go?
Time. Well, your time
Okay.
is exceeded.
Okay, sorry. Please vote yes on the extension bill of the no camping ordinance, and please enforce it. We need to stop enabling this behavior that has such a negative impact on our community.
Thank you, Holly.
And there are no other speakers on that item.
Okay. And will the clerk please call the next item?
Certainly. The next item on our agenda is 46. That is authorize the county Chief Fiscal Officer to enter into a master equipment lease purchase agreement and a related equipment schedule number 1 with Bank of America, Public Capital Corp., or affiliate thereof for the purchase of approximately 2,150 APX N70 radio software and accessories in the principal amount not to exceed $13,579,990, and authorizing the taking of all other actions necessary to consummation of the transaction contemplated by the resolution.
Good morning, Chair Rodriguez and
Good
Board of
morning.
Supervisors. My name is Colin Bettis, and I'm the County Debt Officer. The item before you now is a request to approve the issuance of an equipment lease purchase agreement. Per Government Code, any borrowing over $100,000 or more shall be discussed and deliberated as a separate item. On December 16th, the Board of Supervisors approved a resolution of intent to purchase and finance Motorola equipment, which will replace the current radios utilized by the Sheriff's Department, as they are nearing the end of their useful life. The method of financing of this equipment is consistent with how the prior radios were purchased and will minimize any budgetary impacts, as the annual cost will increase by approximately $40,000 annually and will be included in the budget for next year. The equipment lease is a 10-year lease, not to exceed approximately $13.6 million, and the term is consistent with the term of the prior lease. The interest rate from Bank of America was the best of those proposed at 3.548%, and this will be a fixed rate loan collateralized by the equipment and will be subject to annual appropriation. The Debt Utilization Committee met to review the issuance of the debt for this purchase and recommended bringing it before the board for approval. And that concludes my presentation.
All right. Any questions for Colin? Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. One, I think I understand that this lease is that basically $13.6 million would be prorated over the 10 years.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and that matches or exceeds the life of the equipment?
Yes, that was reviewed thoroughly. The equipment typically ranges in life from about 10 to 20 years, or at least we stretch it to that useful life. But 10 years is consistent with the useful life of the products.
And then last question is, will our Rangers have the same radios and so that there will be seamless communication?
You know, I don't know if I have the answer to that question.
Supervisors, I know that the Rangers are on the same system as them. They might not be the specific radios that they're being purchased for the new ones, but they have interoperability with the Sheriff's Department.
Okay, so the technology of the devices isn't as important as the actual system
That's
for
correct.
communication? Okay, great, thank you. With that, I guess
Yeah. Are there any requests to speak?
We have no requests for this item.
I'd move the item.
All right. Please vote.
This item passes unanimously 5-0.
All right, will the clerk please call the next item?
The next item on our agenda is timed item number 47, County Service Area Number 1, Zone 1, public hearing on the benefit category change and levy of increased service charges for the Cordova Hills Town Center subdivision, APN 073-0040-048-049 and -051.
Good morning, members of the board. Joe Grassick with County Engineering. So the Cordova Hills Town Center project is located on the east side of Grant Line Road, about 1,700 feet south of Douglas Road, and consists of 463 single-family lots, 13 townhome lots, 2 multifamily lots, 6 mixed-use commercial lots, a school lot, a park lot, a detention basin, miscellaneous open space and landscape lots, and associated site improvements. And during the entitlement process, the project was conditioned to provide full funding for street and safety light maintenance, which is provided by County Service Area Number 1 for unincorporated county. And as a result, the project proponent submitted an application to initiate the benefit category change process. And in response to that request, a ballot and notice were mailed to the property owner on November 21st, 2025. Currently, the project consists of 3 existing parcels in the safety light only category, and each is assessed $2.56 annually. The proposed change is to the decorative street and safety light residential and decorative street and safety light non-residential categories as applicable, and in accordance with the CSA1 ordinance defining those types of residential densities that fall into each category. The fiscal year 25-26 rate for the decorative street and safety light residential category is $88.48 per single family lot, and the non-residential rate is $1.76.01 per foot of public right-of-way frontage. And rather than go through a detailed list of each calculation for all of these properties, that information is summarized in the board package and was provided to the property owner in the notice mailed with the ballot. I'll state here that the proposed total assessment for those properties in the decorative street and safety light residential category is approximately $4,866.40. The proposed total assessment for the non-residential category is $88,847.80, bringing the total proposed assessment on all 552 mapped parcels to $93,714.20. So with that, if there are no questions from the board, we recommend that the board open the public hearing with the gavel, consider any written and oral testimony, objections, and protests, close the public hearing with the gavel, and then direct the clerk to tabulate the returned protest ballot.
All right, very good. I see no questions from my colleagues. I will now open the public hearing. Clerk, are there any signed up requests? Anyone signed up? Anyone signed up request to speak?
We have no one signed up to speak on this item.
Okay, I will now close the hearing, and will the clerk please tabulate the ballots?
With the gavel.
Certainly.
That was too much gavel.
Thank you.
We have received one ballot. Legal owner, Cordova Hills LLC, parcel number 073-0040-048-049 and -051, site address Grant Line Road, Rancho Cordova, annual service charge $88.48 per single family residential parcel, or 1.7601 per foot frontage. This ballot is signed and is marked as yes. We have received no other ballots.
All right. Will staff read the fill-ins, please?
Yes. Since there is no majority protest, I'll read the fill-ins in section for the resolution. In Section 2, at the close of the hearing, the board had received 0 written protests. Section 3, at the close of the tabulation, the board had received 1 protest ballot, totaling 100% of the total service charges to be levied, of which 100% was in favor of the change of benefit category and 0% was in opposition.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll move to adopt the item.
Is there a second? All right. Please vote.
And this item passes 4-0 with 1 abstention by Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you.
Okay, will the clerk please call the next item?
The next item on our agenda is timed item number 48. That is PLNP 2024-00081, 6702 Filbert Avenue Subdivision, a community plan amendment and rezone tentative subdivision map, special development permit, and design review for property located at 6702 Filbert Avenue, approximately 657 feet north of intersection of Central Avenue and Filbert Avenue in the Orangevale community. Applicant JTS Engineering Consultant, Inc., APN 213-0180-024. Environmental determination notice of exemption.
Good morning, Christian.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Rodriguez, board members. My name is Christian Baltazar, Associate Planner with Planning Environmental Review and the planner for 6702 Filbert Avenue subdivision. The subject site is located at 6702 Filbert Avenue in the Orangevale community. The site consists of a 10-acre parcel that is currently vacant. However, records do indicate that the site was previously used as an orchard. The site is currently accessed from the west from Filbert Avenue, and surrounding uses in all directions are single-family dwellings zoned either AR1, AR2, or RD3. The subject site has a general plan land use designation of agricultural residential, which is expected to remain, as well as a community plan designation and zoning of agricultural residential 2 acres or AR2. The project site is directly adjacent to AR2 zone properties to the north and west, RD3 zone properties to the south, and a mixture of RD3 and AR1 to the east. However, as you can see by the zoning map on the far right-hand side of the screen there, the majority of the properties in the surrounding area are either zoned AR1 or RD2. The applicant is requesting a community plan amendment that's to change the AR2 land use designation to AR1, a rezone similarly to go from AR2 to the AR1 zoning district, a tentative subdivision map to subdivide a 10-acre parcel into 10 residential lots in the AR1 zoning district, a special development permit to allow the proposed project to deviate from public street frontage standards, and an exception to Title Section 22.24.630 to allow the proposed lots to be served by a mutual water company, and lastly, a design review to determine substantial compliance with county-wide design guidelines. On screen here, we have the community plan amendment and rezone exhibit. As previously mentioned, the applicant is requesting a community plan amendment and rezone to change the entirety of the 10-acre lot from the AR2 designation to the AR1 land use designation and zoning. The community plan amendment and rezone again would be for the entirety of the 10-acre site. On screen now, we have the proposed tentative subdivision map. Again, the map would be looking to divide the 10 gross acres into 10 residential lots, which would result in 10 one-acre parcels. All lots, with the exception of Lot 6, are proposed to be accessed by a new private road ending in a cul-de-sac, shown in the center of the screen there. This would be the request for the special development permit, which would allow the in the AR1 zoning, up to 4 lots are served by the private drive or are allowed to be served by a private drive. The project would be proposing 9 total lots to be served by the private drive. Lot 6, which is shown on the bottom right-hand side of the screen there, would take access from the new cul-de-sac proposed to complete the existing public road, which is Crown Street. Let me go back one. Along with this, there is an exemption that's being requested to deviate from Section 22.24.630 of the Sacramento County Code for public water and sewer requirements. This section states that the water purveyor shall not be a homeowners association, a mutual water company, or corporation. Sacramento County records indicate that this parcel would be served by the Orangevale Water Company, which is considered to be a mutual water company or corporation. Public water and sewer requirements are part of county code to ensure that new developments do not have issues accessing water and sewer. This project would be serviced by Sacramento Area Sewer District for sewer, and the Orangevale Water Company has provided the applicant a will-serve letter indicating that they do have the capacity to serve the new proposed lots. This will-serve letter is included in your hearing packets as attachment 5. Given we have received a large number of public comments on the drainage for this site, on screen now we have the preliminary grading and drainage plan that was included in the approved Level 2 drainage study that was dated July 1st of 2024. The plan has drainage improvements that include the expansion of roadside ditches on Filbert Avenue, proposed roadside ditches along the private road, as well as detention ponds adjacent to the ditches on Filbert Avenue, which would also serve as bioretention planters. Upstream runoff will be collected in the ditches that routes either directly to the proposed detention ponds or drains to the drive aisle ditches, which would subsequently drain to the detention ponds and then discharge to the Filbert Avenue drainage ditches. I do also want to note that a level 4 drainage study is conditioned to be required prior to the improvement plan submittal or grading plan submittal. These are conditions 47 through 49 in attachment 2, and they were conditioned by the Department of Water Resources. The project was reviewed by the Orangeville CPAC on October 1st of 2024. A total of 17 members of the public spoke during the public comment portion of the item. There were 3 members of the public in support and 14 members of the public in opposition. Those in support of the project stated that the abandoned orchard does not contribute to the neighborhood, that the proposed AR1 zoning and 1-acre lots are respectful to the existing neighborhood and are consistent with surrounding parcel sizes, and that there is a general appreciation to the proposed drainage improvements. Those in opposition of the project stated that the overall desire to maintain AR2 zone property. They expressed concerns with increased traffic, safety of those traveling in the area, as in pedestrians, loss of wildlife, flooding, drainage impacts, and introduction of modern architecture into the area. CPAC members explained that their biggest concern was the request to change the zoning from AR2 to AR1. It was also shared that their preference from the CPAC was to maintain the AR2 zoning designation for the properties instead of the 1-acre lots, which would have an actual build area less than 1 acre due to setbacks, detention ponds, and street improvements. Following that, the CPAC recommended the Board of Supervisors denied the requested entitlements. Following the CPAC meeting, the proposed project was also reviewed by the DRAC on October 17th of 2024. DRAC members stated that the site is relatively flat and they did not see an issue with the proposed development given that lot sizing and layout of the lots are consistent with the surrounding area. Therefore, DRAC recommended that the Board of Supervisors find the project in substantial compliance with design guidelines. Lastly, the project was also heard by the Planning Commission on November 3rd of last year. A total of 2 members of the public spoke in opposition to the project, citing concerns with increased density, increased traffic, and drainage concerns. One of the members of the public stated that the property owner in the past had illegally removed trees on site and illegally burned trees. In response, the applicant stated that did have a burning permit issued by the Air Quality Management District and has since submitted a copy of the burn permit for the county's records and was included as a late addition to your hearing packets. Following the public comment portion period, planning commissions recognized that that while the rezone would increase the density for the site, they felt that the request would be in line with densities that are existing in the area today. Commissioners also stated that there is a need for more housing and that the proposal would add additional housing opportunities. The commissioners unanimously voted to recommend the board approve the proposed project. With that, following staff's review, it was determined that the proposed project would be consistent with the general plan, the community plan, and the zoning code as conditioned. The project is compatible with surrounding zoning and land uses and would be generating new housing opportunities. The environmental document concluded there are no significant environmental concerns through the preparation of a notice of exemption, and the project was supported by both DRAC and the Planning Commission. Therefore, Planning Environmental Review staff recommends the Board of Supervisors take the following actions. Recognize the project is exempt for the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15183A, Public Resources Code Section 21083.3. Adopt the Mitigation Monitoring Reporting Program. Approve a resolution authorizing an amendment to the Orangeville Community Plan land use designation of 10 acres for the project site from AR2 to AR1. Approve an ordinance authorizing a rezone of 10 acres for a project site from AR2 to AR1. Approve a tentative subdivision map. Approve a special development permit. And approve an exemption from Title 22.24.630, all subject to findings and conditions, as well as find the project in substantial compliance with county guidelines or design guidelines, similarly subject to those findings and conditions. With this, I'll conclude my presentation. The applicant team is present and available to answer any questions. And as previously mentioned, given we did have a number of public comments regarding drainage concerns, we do also have representation from DWR in attendance today. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. There's no one in the queue with questions. Are there any public comments?
We do have speakers signed up, and people who wish to provide testimony on this item must be sworn. So if you wish to address the board about this item, number 48 on the agenda, please stand to be sworn. And please raise your right hand. And the appropriate response is, I do. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give this board is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm?
I do.
And when you are at the podium, please state your name for the record and the statement, I have been sworn. Thank you. Our first speaker is Carol Schumacher.
Good morning, Carol.
Carol Shoemaker, thank you.
Good morning, Carol.
Sorry, I'm a little pokey. My name's Carol Shoemaker, and I live directly across from this property. I reject this rezoning proposal for several reasons. This is contrary to Orangeville's plan, and reality will not be close to 1-acre parcels. The turnaround for Crown, retention ponds, streets, etc., will bring the lots down to a half-acre or less. There will be very little open ground left to absorb rain, car washing, watering lawns, etc. The meeting a few weeks ago said 10 traffic houses would not be bad for traffic. Wouldn't be an issue. No consideration was given to the 32 houses approved 1 block south on Filbert. Each house will have at least 2 vehicles, increasing another 20 vehicles. ADUs are allowed and could add another 20 vehicles. With 64 vehicles or more, 1 block down, plus the ADUs, you've added over 100 vehicles on a street that is already overwhelmed with existing traffic. Filbert provides access to 4 schools. We currently have very little law enforcement and no enforcement of our driving laws. Orangeville environment is suffering from all the loss of pastures and orchards. I have lived on Filbert for 51 years. Quails and pheasants used to be in my back pasture, and you could hear the males crowing in the orchard. The quails were the first to vanish, then the pheasants next. The possum population is almost gone, and they do a big service for us. The skunks are slowly diminishing. I don't miss them. The coyote pack located at 6702 Filbert is gone. I miss hearing the young pups learning to sing at night. To many people, this may not seem important or of interest, but it's good for your mental health. Please do not approve this zoning change. It is not good for the people living here or the environment. And on my side of the street, I live on the west side.
Carol, your time is up. Can you wrap it up?
I have 2 1-acres on this section of Filbert to the south of me, and everything going the other direction is 2 acres or 14 acres. The last house at Elm Avenue is a restricted property. It's not even a full acre.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
And we have no other speakers signed up for this item.
The other party who was going to attend, and they did send stuff to everybody, had a bad car accident, and they're unable to be here today.
Thank you, Carol.
I'm representing the applicant who's going to say a few words.
Okay.
Yes.
Chair, or I'm sorry, clerk, does he
Yes.
need to be? No.
No, not as the
No.
applicant.
Okay.
Good morning, County Board of Supervisors. My name is Michael Beller. I'm representing the property owner for the project at 6702 Filbert Avenue. As Christian presented, this is a zoning adjustment for a 10-acre property from agricultural residential 2 to agricultural residential 1, allowing 1 home per acre instead of 1 home per 2 acres, providing much-needed housing opportunities. This development pattern already exists along Filbert Avenue and Crown Street and is consistent with the Orangevale Community Plan. Agricultural Residential 1 maintains rural development standards, including detached homes, large setbacks, private driveways, and does not represent suburban zoning, preserving Orangevale's rural character. For additional context, this property operated as a family-owned orchard for over 100 years. Since operation ceased in 2017, this site has remained vacant and unused and is no longer productive agricultural land. This project would reactivate a long vacant site to deliver new housing. It is modest in scale, low density, and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. In addition to, after the CPAC, the property owner did gather petitions signed by 27 neighboring residents on Crown Street, Filbert Avenue, and areas around the property, and over 27 petitions demonstrating the long support, and also received 2 additional petitions in support during this week. As staff outlined, the environmental review identified no significant impacts and traffic increases are minimal. This project also includes infrastructure improvements and enhanced safety and access on Crown Street. This is a policy consistent project, balances housing priority with community character. If you have any additional questions on the project, we'd like to direct that to county staff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
May I make one comment to what he just said? Signatures from Crown Street doesn't matter. Those people do not have any
I'm sorry,
traffic.
Carol.
I know, but there were signatures that were taken that.
Carol, we need to move on. So there is a question here. That's okay. I just want to give some feedback on this. I do have Supervisor Hume in the queue to speak.
Thank you. I have just a couple of questions on the item, if I may. And I'll start maybe from the 30,000-foot level and then come down to the actual project. In looking at the zoning map that was included as attachment 1, this parcel is it looks like a little pocket of AR2 that is surrounded by AR1, and then in fact the area immediately, I'm assuming that would probably be to the southeast, is RD3. Am I to assume then that that property could develop to 3 houses per acre?
It could actually, so RD3 could develop at a lot denser rate. So where AR1 and AR2 go 1 dwelling per 1 acre or 1 dwelling per 2 acres, RD3, I believe, is closer to the minimum lot sizes are closer to like 15,000 or 10,000 square feet or 20,000 square feet. So they could develop a lot denser than that per acre.
Okay, but nonetheless, I am reading that correctly, that is a more urban residential density than an AR standard.
That's correct.
Okay. And then my next question is a little further down in the weeds, which I'm sometimes prone to do. In looking at the tentative subdivision map, please explain to me why we have that ridiculous cul-de-sac bulb on Lot 6.
Yeah, so during the early stages of the project, there was quite a bit of review with the applicant team about potentially a connection from Crown Street through to Filbert and having the entirety stretch be full public. However, if you notice from Lot 6, I don't know if we can get the image up, but from Lot 6, in order to extend and have a road access all of the 10 parcels, you would have to elbow north towards Lot 5 from 6 and then across. And that would take a significant portion of development or buildable area from Lot 6 away from the applicant. And so in order to try and retain as much buildable area as possible, the applicant provided this cul-de-sac bulb turnaround, and it was reviewed by SIPS, and they stated that this was an adequate way to complete a public road. So therefore, this is how the applicant left the proposal.
So I understand that the connection through from Crown Street over to Filbert was problematic. I guess I'm just wondering why bother to do that cul-de-sac at all? Why not have Lot 6 also come off of the private street? I mean, you're essentially taking Lot 6 and dividing that parcel into one buildable area and then a remainder area around the cul-de-sac. It just doesn't make sense to me from a land use perspective.
Yeah, so since Crown Street is a public street, there is adequate ways to terminate that street. Prior to this development coming through, the development beforehand didn't complete Crown Street. It stayed as a stub street, which isn't an adequate enough way for like Sacramento Fire to get in and out of that site. So the proper way to terminate a public street in this case would have been the cul-de-sac, and that's what's being proposed. In this case, the public street becomes fully completed, and you have access for emergency services to properly be able to turn out and then back around to exit the area in the event of emergency.
Okay, well, I'm not going to fall on this sword, but I just want it noted this is a very inelegant way to break this, to solve this problem.
Thank you. Okay, I do have some comments on this particular project. I first want to acknowledge the Orangevale CPAC and the concerns of the residents. Anytime there's growth, I take it very seriously, or if there's a change to a neighborhood. But I believe that the 1 acre lot honors the concerns and acts as a buffer, and buffers tend to soften the transition into from high density. This also prevents growth and from pushing deeper into Orangevale. So I just want to state that I am supportive of this project, and I will move to approve the recommended action.
Second.
All right, please vote.
This item passes unanimously 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would the clerk please call the next item?
The next item on our agenda is number 49. That is PLNP 2025-00172, the Crafted Canvas, Type 40 PCN, a letter of public convenience or necessity for a property located at 9906 Fair Oaks Boulevard, located 470 feet southwest of the intersection of Fair Oaks Boulevard and Sunrise Boulevard in the Fair Oaks community, APN 244-0220-011-0000. Applicant Nicole Carson, environmental determination not applicable.
Maybe we get the presentation up real quick.
Yeah, do we have I have a paper copy. Do we have the presentation, Metro 14? There we go.
Perfect.
Thank
There
you.
we go. Good
All right.
morning.
Good morning, Super Chair Rodriguez, I should say, and the rest of the board members. Irving Huerta, right here, with Associate Planner and Project Manager for the Crafted Canvas project. We'll go ahead and begin with a brief presentation. So our first slide right here, we're going to talk a little bit about the location, setting, and community context. The project site is located over at 9906 Fair Oaks Boulevard, just approximately 470 feet southwest of that intersection of Fair Oaks Boulevard and Sunrise Boulevard within the Fair Oaks community. The project setting, so it is an individual suite located within a larger commercial/retail building. Zoning-wise, the project site is located within the Fair Oaks Village Special Planning Area and within the commercial district of that SPA. Surrounding land uses, we do have existing commercial/retail uses over to the north, east, and west of the project site. Over to the south, we do have some existing single-family residential uses. The request that's being brought forth today, this morning for review is a request for a public convenience and/or necessity, and that is for a Type 40 ABC license to sell beer at an arts and crafts studio within the Fair Oaks Village SPA commercial district of the Fair Oaks community. I do want to go over a couple of things. I do want to note that a Type 40 license is an on-sale license. That is an on-sale for beer only. The reason why the PCN is being brought forth and requested in this manner for a Type 40 license is because the establishment is not considered a food serving locale. Therefore, the license request is subject to the PCN requirements. In the instance that if the establishment were to be considered food serving, then we wouldn't be here this morning. Moving on to our 1 mile radius map. So this slide right here does include our standard 1 mile radius maps that we tend to produce for PCN requests. So it shows all of the off-sale licenses, sensitive uses such as vacant parcels, schools, and daycares, as well as locations of those off-sale licenses. I do want to note that while it's not shown right here in this slide, attachment 6, page 2 of the board letter packet also shows a 1 mile radius map, but with the total amount of on-sale licenses within the 1 mile radius. Just for context, if you were to look at that attachment 6, page 2, there is a total of 8 on-sale licenses located within that radius, all of which are a Type 40 license, and all of those licenses are for food serving establishments. So I just do want to talk a little bit about this map up here. Again, we do have some, the purple, what would be denoted in the purple right over here. That's the project site itself. And then we do have some vacant properties just north and south of the project site. I believe they have to do with the intersection right here, that major intersection of Fair Oaks and Sunrise Boulevard. And we also do have, again, some schools within the vicinity. Those are denoted right here in the blue. And then just other off-sale, again, establishments. So off-sale, again, are the ones that tend to sell alcohol for off-site consumption. We do have, again, these 3 establishments right here, which are a Type 21, beer, wine, and spirits. And then we do have these 2 Type 20 licenses just for beer and wine. And again, those are just for off-sale. So moving on to our site and floor plan right here. So again, as I mentioned earlier, the Arts and Crafts Studio is located within an existing commercial/retail building. It is denoted again in this red outline right here. Pretty standard for an arts and crafts studio. We do tend to have our kind of like arts and craft area located right over here. I do want to note that the alcohol is going to be stored right here, denoted in that blue, right next to that service counter. Moving on to our CPAC recommendation. So the request was reviewed by the Fair Oaks CPAC back on November 5th, 2025, and they did recommend the approval of the request to the Board of Supervisors. That vote was a 6 yes, 0 no. Again, the intention of the Type 40 license, according to the applicant, is that they're hoping to offer in the future some sort of patent successions. Essentially kind of what that is that members of the public who would like to come in and do kind of like an arts session will be able to essentially have an alcoholic beverage within that session. It is my understanding that these sessions are going to be geared to the 21 and over crowd, I should say, in the near future. At the CPAC meeting, we did not have any members of the public that were against the request or spoke on the item. Overall, the CPAC was supportive of the overall request, stating the need for tertiary spaces, as well as to bring a new active use to the Fair Oaks Village. Moving on to the project analysis. So the census tract in which the project site's located at, that's census tract 80.10, does not currently have an overconcentration of on-sale liquor licenses. The subject property is within a high crime reporting district. That's District 3. The sub area would be Old Fair Oaks. Staff has identified again, based off of the 1 mile radius map, some sensitive uses within that 1 mile radius of the project site. The Fair Oaks CPAC did recommend support for the PCN. We had no conditional objection from the Sheriff's Office. The PCN request, again, is for an on-sale license, not an off-sale license. And again, I do want to note that we do have 8 other existing on-sale licensed establishments, within that 1 mile radius, all of which currently serve food. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to our final slide, which is staff's recommendation. So in accordance with the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, known as the ABC, regulations, staff presents the following request for a letter of public convenience or necessity with a recommendation for approval. With that concludes the end of my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have. Additionally, we also do have our applicant in attendance, and I believe they do have a presentation ready for you as well.
Thank you, Irving. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Irving, for the thorough presentation. So just so I'm clear, the only reason this is even here before us is because it's designated as a high crime area, yet the sheriff doesn't object to the project, correct?
Yeah, just to add on that a little bit. So the Type 40 license that's being requested is again for this, it's just opened up a couple months ago, arts and crafts studio. Because they're technically not serving food, they're subject to the PCN requests. So we have to review the license under the PCN requirements based off of our county code.
Okay. Well, thank you. Yeah, and intuitively to me, this is not a high crime area. It's very interesting. So Madam Chair, I move approval of the item. Very appreciative of this new business coming into Fair Oaks. You know, I'm not sure you need to speak. That's certainly up to you, but I wholeheartedly move approval of staff's recommendation.
Okay. And Irving, did you say that they have a presentation?
I believe they do have a quick presentation.
Okay. I do have some questions for the applicant too. But I'll ask them after their presentation. Yes, come on up. Did you have a PowerPoint with your presentation?
I do. I came over prepared.
Okay, that's great.
Did you bring samples?
Of the art? Of the beer?
I've already booked us for a me and you.
Okay. Yes, I do have a PowerPoint. That's not it.
Yes, it's going to be for number 49, the applicant's presentation. There you go.
There it is. Okay. And hello and good morning. My name is Nicole Carson. I'm a small business owner, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of my business. And yes, a little PowerPoint here. Let me move this up a little bit. So the Crafted Canvas, art studio and artisan shop in Fair Oaks, California. We are a woman-owned, woman-run art studio and artisan shop. Our mission is to enrich the local community with hands-on experiences and empower other local creatives and small businesses in the area. We opened October 1st and are quickly becoming a creative haven for the community. Our hours of operation are Tuesday through Thursday from 12 to 6, on Fridays and Saturdays from 10 to 8 p.m., and then we are closed on Sundays and Mondays with the exception of private parties, company events, and things like that. What we offer, so we offer art supplies and boutique classes and workshops, private parties and meetups, and after-school enrichment programs for kids and teen art hangout evenings. The studio and shop experience. So in the store, you will find art supplies, art kits, local art, my artwork as well. We have baked goods, cookies, scones, muffins from a local bakery, coffee, sparkling water, juices, kombuchas, things like that, and amongst other snack items as well. During the day, patrons can come in, they can grab a coffee and a cookie, grab some art supplies, maybe bring their sketchbook, and then go and utilize our open studio space to create. It is very much a welcoming space where you can come in and stay a while and create, hopefully. Classes and workshops. So in the afternoons, we offer on Tuesdays and Thursdays after school enrichment programs for 2 hours for ages 8 through 12. And then we will have watercolor classes, craft nights for adults. On the weekends, we have specialty workshops ranging from fresh wreath making, jewelry making, macrame. I mean, you name it, we probably do it. And once again, of course, we do private celebrations, company parties, things like that. Community impact. So we have a large retired community around the area, and those are our main patrons, especially in my watercolor crew weekly. Also, we serve a lot of families and teens, adults, so we get a little bit of everybody coming in. I strongly believe that art and crafting, doing things in person, strongly support our mental well-being and our community connection, and also our household connections. In this day and age, I call this the great digital age of connection, and we are more disconnected than ever, even within our households, even between parent and child. So this space that I created, I really want to foster that connection, putting the phone down, doing things with our hands, and allowing art to bring us to the present moment. Okay, so alcohol license intent. Of course, when you hear paint and sip, you think wine. However, I do not have the funds to open a commercial grade kitchen, nor do I intend to be a cook. However, I would like to offer some sort of paint and sip option for our adults and 21 and over for Fridays and Saturday evenings. Hence, I did a pivot to a Type 40 on sale beer. I would like to partner with local breweries and also be able, to offer that and support creative date nights and, be appealing for those nights out. Of course, these would be tailored to 21 and over events.
I have a question from Supervisor Cerna.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I noted on that slide in particular the reference to responsible operations, and then past slides you had a visual, you had looked like a minor was in the photo. And I think in yet another slide you referenced teens.
Yes.
So I seconded the motion. I'm still prepared to support the motion. And forgive me to staff if it was referenced, but I assume you will still continue to invite people of all ages, including minors.
Yes.
So what I didn't see on that slide is any intent to have very visible signage that either reminds responsible parents and guardians that come with their minors that they are not to be engaged in consumption of alcohol on the premises, and maybe even go a little bit further and kind of designate areas where, if adults are going to be engaging in the consumption, is that going to be an appropriate place for minors to also share the space? I don't pretend to be the be-all, end-all to ABC protocols and regulations, but seems to me that you would at least want to have some reminders, verbiage that's visible within the premises that reminds patrons minors are not to be associated or engaged in the consumption of alcohol.
Absolutely. And we are working closely with the ABC to follow all their rules and laws on that. We will have visible signage. We have 2 drink fridges, one of which is going to have all non-alcoholic beverages. Both are actually keyed. The other one is going to have our beer in there. It is going to be on a key lock with only myself and our other managing member to have access to. We are both RBS certified, and we are dedicated to providing responsible service. However, yes, we do have minors present establishment, and we do aim to be a family-friendly establishment. Just like any other paint and sip places, there's Painted in Folsom, there's Pino's Palette out in Elk Grove. They do offer actually a full alcohol service. However, they do offer food options as well. So in this establishment, yes, there will be food, prepackaged food such as, muffins and cookies and other snacks like that. However, we're not offering pizza and, hot prepared foods on site. But yes, there will absolutely be signage. And generally speaking, during the days, we're not going to be offering alcohol service. So during the day, when you are coming in to shop and utilize the creative space, that is not an option. I do not intend to operate as a bar or anything like that. These events where the beer will be offered will be for our paint and sip events, and it will actually be marked as so. Like paint and sip, 21 and over for Friday evenings. And then even now, I will have posted on my website family-friendly paint nights.
Okay, so that's thank you for that. That's very important to me understanding, if I heard you correctly, that you'll take that extra step that separates the alcohol consumption 21 and older events from other daytime events where you would expect or actively invite minors to come with their legal guardians.
Absolutely.
Okay, very good.
Absolutely, and I take it very seriously. I have 2 children, and and I was mentioning my teen art hangouts. That's also a thing that we have, and we will have 3 staff present. I do not intend to have a whole backdrop of beer and beer promotion. It is going to be something that is on the side as just an enhancement. Let's say for date night coming out. With your partner to come and,
Date night where you need a little liquid courage.
Exactly, exactly. And, generally speaking, our patrons are so into the craft that they're doing, they're forgetting to even sip their coffee, okay? They are very hands-on. So, yeah, generally they'll grab a little snack. Maybe they'll grab, the thing that sells the best is actually my Ollie Pops. Those are very popular. So, yeah, I do view it as just an enhancement. And I did apply for this liquor license when I was scheduled to open. I had no idea so many people would be coming in and frequenting, and completely fine without as well. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have some questions, but I'll wait for your presentation to finish.
Okay, all right. So almost done. Compliance and training. So the Crafted Canvas is not a bar and does not operate as nightlife. That being said, we're not going to be open past 9 p.m. Our events typically last 2 to 3 hours, with patrons leaving shortly after. There will be no open-ended services after the event. Let's say somebody is, can I have a beer and sit around and hang out? That is not an option. Beer purchases will happen before the event begins. There will be a staff member always behind the service counter right next to where the beer is stored, also locked as well. And as Irving showed before, the studio portion, the space is kind of like an L shape, right? So there's a studio teaching portion, and then there is like a little lounge area where the service counter is, and then the little store. And then once again, primary focus remains on art, education, and community enrichment. Alcohol is just an enhancement on the side. ID verification required for all alcohol service. We also do have our food handler certificate. However, we are not going to be serving in glass or anything like that. It will be canned beer with the option of a plastic cup if somebody chooses so. Very fancy stuff. And this is our team. So Nicole Carson, it is me, a local mom, founder, and artist, and Raina Warman is a new addition, marketing manager, artist. Both of us are RBS certified. These are the faces you will see when you walk through the doors. Once again, just driving in this digital age of disconnection and how much we need spaces like this. And here's just some photos that I wanted to show you guys. This is one of our drink fridges here. They are both small, very small footprint. As you see, Izzy's, Fiji water. We also have regular water available free on the side for anybody to take. We have cookies, prepackaged cookies, as you see there. There's a photo of our service counter. You can see other snacks, granola bars, chips, things like that. So that's the general aesthetic of the space. Here you see already hands-out work, fiber arts. We have the watercolor, the paint nights. This is kind of what our paint night setup looks. I do not jam-pack 40-plus people in the room for these paint nights. Generally speaking, we have smaller crowds. You can see anywhere from 4 people to maximum about 20 in there. Also, one thing I will say about because I have been talking about how I have applied for my alcohol license, there are some community members that have brought up to me that they actually like that I don't offer alcohol, because maybe some people do struggle with alcohol problems and things like that. And one thing that I am also going to be doing is offering dry classes. So it can be a paint and non-alcoholic sip for adults to cater to those who don't want to be around it. So I very much want to work with the community and be an accessible location for that, knowing that, yes, alcohol is a primary focus in a lot of establishments, especially in the entertainment arts. Last little snippet, look how cute of things we do in the studio. So these are some of the paint nights, mandala dot art, collage nights, things like that. That's kind of what the artwork looks like. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Nicole, and
Yes.
Congratulations on opening up your business. And
Thank
thank
you.
you for doing business in Sacramento County.
Yes.
I've always enjoyed when people take ideas and dreams and make them into a business, and so congratulations. I do have a question. So I've been to several of these throughout, the past 20 years, and we were able to basically bring your own alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
Is that currently not an option for you, where people can bring alcohol but not purchased at your business?
It is not an option. So I've been talking with the ABC, and they are saying that it is not allowed in the state of California to do it. And I don't know how it is in other areas, but in Sacramento County, it is not allowed. It is not allowed primarily too because if there are minors present, right? So if you are offering alcohol, you have to have an alcohol license.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
The only way that this can happen is that if there is a nonprofit that is running a fundraiser, they hold their own alcohol license for the day, which Sac County Sheriff signs off on.
Correct. And the other questions were around IDing people and over 21, and it sounds like you will not sell alcohol outside of your paint and sips.
No,
Yeah,
and
that's right, yeah.
there will be certain craft nights too where we offer like a craft and sip or things like that. So same thing, but we will have very visible signage in front at the counter too. We ID anyone.
Thank you. I do have Supervisor Desmond in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Nicole, thank you for the presentation. As the supervisor who represents Fair Oaks,
Yay.
I welcome you. My office is here to support you, and I hope I'll see you at Fair Oaks Chamber of Commerce events,
Yes.
including one on Thursday. You have a very vibrant chamber in Fair Oaks that I'm heavily involved with. So thank you very much, and I look forward to doing some painting and sipping with Supervisor Hume.
Yay, thank you very much.
Are there any requests to speak?
We have no speakers requested for this item.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. I will bring it back for deliberation or motion.
We have a motion.
Oh, yeah, it did. Okay. Please vote.
And this item passes unanimously, 5-0.
All right. Will the clerk please call the next item?
Next item is number 50, PLNP 2024-00068, Aspen 8 and 9 mine expansion, a use permit to allow mining on an additional 245.6 acres and a 15-year time extension, a reclamation plan amendment to include expanding mine areas, and a development agreement amendment for properties located on both sides of Elder Creek Road, approximately 4,000 feet east of Bradshaw Road and Elder Creek Road intersection in the Vineyard community. Applicant Tech Art Materials, APN 063-0180-005-006, 063-019-0-015-021-027-028-029, 066-0020-006, 066-0050-003, 066-0030-001, environmental determination, supplemental environmental impact report.
Good morning.
Awesome. Good morning, Chair Rodriguez and members of the board. My name is Young Choi, project manager for Aspen 8 and 9 use permit amendment. And thank you, Todd, for introduction of this item. This is located on Elder Creek on both sides, about 4,000 feet east of Bradshaw Road and Jackson Road. We able to get a presentation on?
Yes. Item number 50.
And the subject parcel is currently zoned at agricultural and also has a combining zone of surface mining. And surrounding this land use, we have also agricultural and industrial uses around both north, south, east, and west as well. I'll just wait a little bit so I could just show you the zoning as it pops up. But while we wait for that, I do want to provide some entitlement history of this site. It's the other item, the Aspen 8 and 9, Todd, please. Thank you. So this item was actually heard by the Board of Supervisors back in 2016, PLMP 2014-00210, to allow surface mining in about 353 acre out of the 683 acre parcel. In addition to the use permit in 2016, the board granted it a rezone to add the surface mining, the SM combining zone, to entire 682 acres of existing IR, Ag 80, and Ag 60 zoned parcels. Along with that request in 2016, the reclamation plan was approved with the end open use of an open space grassland and a development agreement between the applicant and the County of Sacramento. So with the history, I do want to provide the request before you today. The request entitlement is the use permit amendment to the previous entitlement, PLMP 2014-00201, to allow expansion of the surface mining on an 8 additional parcel and 15 additional years of mining with additional 2 years of reclamation. In addition to that, there will be an amendment to the reclamation plan to include these expanded area into the reclamation plan. The reclamation plan will still keep the same end use of grassland. And finally, a development agreement between the applicant and the County of Sacramento to also reflect the updated project description and the updated parcel area.
We're getting that presentation up in just a second here.
Awesome. I did wanted to show you the site plan and show you where the areas are, but I do want to give you a little bit more project description since we have a little bit more time here. The mines that are being mined from this site are usually in aggregate that are being used for either a road base or for construction basis. Now that we have presentation, wanted to quickly show you the zoning nearby. You can see that to the north are industrial, which is a prior mining area, and south, east, and west is agricultural industrial. Actually, wanted to show you the photos that were taken about a few months ago when we did an inspection of the site of Aspen 8. This is the site plan. You could see that it's bisected by Elder Creek Road. To the north of Elder Creek Road, we have the Aspen 8 mining site. And to the northwest of that, we have the Aspen 8 expansion area. And to south of Elder Creek Road, we have the Aspen 9. And to the south of Elder Creek, that is the Aspen 9 expansion area. This is showing the final slope elevation of Aspen 8 expansion. And this one showing an Aspen 9 expansion. So this project is to expand about 63 acres to Aspen 8, which is the north corner, and about 182 acres to the Aspen 9, which is south of Elder Creek. The applicant will be utilizing an extension of the conveyor belt to the south of Elder Creek to get to the Aspen 9 site. And this conveyor belt gets connected to Aspen 4 site, which you'll be hearing later in this presentation. With that, the extension of the mining term will expire on December 31st of 2046, and the reclamation will complete by 2048. The reclamation end use is still consistent with the prior approved, which is a grassland and agricultural use. The development agreement is being amended to include the expansion site and to update the project description. The applicant will continue to participate in the cents per ton program. So this is outlined in our development agreements that every tons of material that gets sold, they do donate per cent to a funding. And the Tiger has chosen American River Parkway as their foundation to donate the cents per ton program. And we do have an representative from American Parkway if you do have any questions regarding this program. With that, environmental review, the supplemental EIR was proposed to the previously certified EIR. This provides an updated analysis and incorporates technical changes in addition to the prior EIR. They concluded that there are some impacts that are significant and unavoidable. However, these impacts are also consistent with the prior EIR findings. With that being said, the most impacts are less than significant with mitigation measures incorporated. The public review of this document began in August, concluded in October. 2 comments were received and has been incorporated into the final EIR, final supplemental EIR. The 3 items that are significant and unavoidable are aesthetics, agriculture, and air quality. As I mentioned, these impacts are consistent with the prior findings of EIR. I do wanted to note for the agriculture, due to the recent law case that determined that one-to-one preservation of mitigation is not mitigate for the loss of finite resource land. That's why we actually concluded that this is significant unavoidable. And we do have an update on air quality, even though this is significant unavoidable with the updated efficiency of the material, and usage of the conveyor belt. It would actually reduce a little bit of the criteria air pollutants. With that said, mitigation measures are proposed for biological resource, cultural resource, geology and soils and mineral resources, hazard and hazardous materials, noise, tribal cultural resource, and with the mitigation incorporated, above impacts will be less than significant. Planning Commission met on October 20th and provided a recommendation of approval of a proposed project. Same with the Vineyard CPAC that met in July 10th, as well that recommended approval of the proposed project. With that, the applicant is requesting a use permit amendment, reclamation plan amendment, and development agreement amendment. And the proposed project is consistent with our general plan and community plan. The project has been supported by CPAC and the Planning Commission, and the supplemental EIR prepared for this project provides updated analysis where required and incorporates technical changes in addition to the prior EIR. With that, staff is recommending that the board make the following adoption action: to adopt the resolution certifying the final environmental impact report as adequate and complete, adopting CEQA findings of fact and statement of overriding consideration, and adopting the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and to approve the use permit amendment, reclamation plan amendment, and the first amendment to the development agreement subject to the findings and conditions. This does conclude the staff's presentation. Staff, as well as the planning staff, is available to answer any question, as well as the applicant team is here to answer any questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Young. I don't have any requests to speak with the supervisors. Are there any public comments?
We have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay.
But the applicant is here.
Okay, so we have a...
I withdraw my second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
This item passes 5-0.
All right, will the clerk please call the next item? Oh, am I missing something?
The next item is number 51. PLNP 2025-00071. This is the Aspen 4 Use Permit Amendment, UPB amend, a use permit amendment to prior use permit 04-0230 to extend the term of use permit and reclamation plan for a property located at 4820 Bradshaw Road at the northwest intersection of Jackson Road and Bradshaw Road in the Cordova community. Applicant Tech Art Materials, APN 063-0030-008-009-010-016 and -017. Environmental determination exempt.
Good morning
Chair,
again.
if I may, just real quickly, given that this item was predicated on the approval of the previous item, I would waive presentation and move directly to public comment in a subsequent motion.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have no public speakers on this item.
Okay.
That was? Yep.
So we have a motion and a second. All right, please vote.
That item passes unanimously 5-0.
All right, will the clerk please call the next item?
While he does that, Madam Chair, through the chair, and we know, Todd, that you're new to Sacramento, it's Tykert.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
Tech Art is a wonderful
Equally as impressive. Next item on our agenda is number 52, Infill Program Workshop.
Good morning, Jesse.
Hi. Good morning, Chair Rodriguez and board members. All right, okay. Jesse Shen, your infill coordinator with Planning and Environmental Review, here to provide an update on the infill program and preview upcoming priorities. All right, so revitalizing the county's commercial corridors is one of 4 distinct growth management strategies of the general plan, estimated to result up to 21,000 additional housing units. This proactive growth strategy was recognized to require significant investments in the county resources, and initial investments were made to the program. Between 2007 and 2012, the infill coordinator position was filled, an infill strategy was approved, and 3 corridor plans were adopted. However, shortly after, the program was discontinued due to the Great Recession. In recent years, there's been renewed interest in commercial corridor planning, which began at the 2023 board retreat with insight provided from a panel of infill developers. In 2024, the board directed policy considerations to streamline housing production and accelerate infill development, and supported the reestablishment of the infill coordinator position to oversee the program. Resources were committed by the board in the last 2 budget cycles in the form of professional services funding and reallocating a position from development services to the infill coordinator position. The infill coordinator position was filled in June of 2025, and we began to define this renewed program's purpose, goals, organizational alignment, and develop a work plan of initiatives that builds on past efforts to launch new strategies in the corridors. Oops, I went the wrong way. The purpose of the infill program is to address policy-related financial or infrastructure barriers that impact development in the county's commercial corridors. By removing said barriers, the goal is to accelerate housing and other development opportunities in our corridors, and the manifestation of the program's success is livable and walkable neighborhoods that meets a community's needs. All right. Last fall, we launched our Infill Developer Council, recruiting professionals in the infill developer and building industry. This council will serve as a sounding board for prioritizing commercial corridor actions and upcoming program initiatives. To date, we have over 20 members on the council. We're also teeing up our commercial corridor opportunities and constraints analysis, which involves preliminary assessments of limitations, opportunities, and development interests in each of the corridors. This effort will heavily engage the Infill Developer Council and complement economic development's commercial corridor revitalization strategy. We're looking to engage the board later this year to discuss corridor prioritization and initiatives to undertake within. This discussion will set the prioritization of the work plan for the program for upcoming years beginning in fiscal year 26-27. We're also knee-deep in the Housing and Infill Zoning Code amendments, which will implement the board's directive from June 2024 to streamline housing production and accelerate infill development. Proposed amendments include revising multifamily and non-residential development standards, eliminating use permit requirements for multifamily projects, and exploring neighborhood-scale multi-unit buildings in single-family zones. And lastly, the board initiated the specific plan process for North Watt Avenue last November, which aims to address key barriers to development in the corridor, including infrastructure constraints. This current iteration of the infill program is still in its infancy and requires resources to be successful. The program has one allocated staff, and our current initiatives utilize inline planners across planning's other sections. Staff in those sections have primary duties of processing applications, preparing environmental documents, and providing public information in addition to implementing major process and ACELA improvements. The general plan anticipated up to 21,000 additional housing units in the commercial corridors, and that has not materialized in part because of insufficient resources allocated to the program. Without additional investments, the county risks continue having ambitious goals for reinvestment in the corridors without the tools to achieve those goals. We're setting the stage to embark on new strategies to revitalize assets in the corridors, and we're coming to the board today to respectfully request your consideration to allocate resources to the infill program during the upcoming budget cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Okay, I don't have any, I do now. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jesse. I'm so happy that you're here in this position with this focus because it's an incredibly important one. And I guess my first question is, what exactly are you asking for us today? What specificity? Or just feedback?
Yeah, Todd Smith, Planning Director. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for the question. Really what we're trying to do today is obviously set the stage for what we're doing right now and where we're heading with this program. We see a lot of opportunity in the infill corridors, the commercial corridors of unincorporated Sacramento County for housing production, some continued and ongoing investment in those corridors. Any feedback that the board has, any ideas that the board has that we haven't previously heard, we want to hear from you. As Jesse mentioned, we are engaging with the Infill Developer Council, doing a lot of research around what are either the infrastructure constraints, market constraints, regulatory constraints. We're really trying to tee this up to come back in July after the break to have a more focused conversation on prioritization. But any feedback you have now, today, or in conversations to come would be very, very helpful.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. So I have a few thoughts and just ideas. And I know it's important to really prioritize because you've drilled into me several times that, hey, we can't be all things to all people. We can't be doing everything in the county all at once. And in terms of the zoning amendments to help create conditions where we're going to get these walkable and livable communities where people have housing of all different types along these corridors, are we going to pay any consideration for how we treat maybe other uses that aren't necessarily consistent with that? And I'll just be upfront with it. I think there are a lot of applications we see in some of the commercial corridors that are kind of fragmented, like, say, a mini storage application or something that is really not consistent, I think, with that goal along the corridors that we're going to prioritize. Will there be any limitations or preferences for any kinds of uses that we identify as more of a highest and best use for one of these corridors that's consistent with a walkable and livable community?
That's great you bring that up because in the general plan, there are policies and goals that speak to the best and highest uses in the commercial corridors, and industrial uses like mini storage are not one of them. So as part of the zoning code amendments, we will be looking at prohibiting certain uses that are not conducive to that type of best and highest use. We really want our corridors to be aimed at residential development and then uses that support that.
Okay, great. And then the other thing, something that I think is related to this, that we've discussed, brought up from the dais, I know staff is working on, and we've had several subsequent discussions about some kind of vacant property registration, ordinance. I think that would actually help further the objectives of this effort by look, let's identify these properties in these commercial corridors, these ones that we've prioritized, and ones that are inherent problems. We have to place a larger onus, I think, on these property owners to make sure they're doing what they need to do to maintain their properties and don't become a drag on these, commercial corridors that we're trying to improve. But so there's just a few thoughts that I have. I don't know if any of that's helpful, but thank you, Jesse.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Jesse, thank you. The Infill Developer Council, who is that?
That is our council that will be running. They consist of professionals in the infill developer and builder industry. When we met back in November, you had provided some folks to reach out to, and we did. We'll be running our initiatives by them, helping with the corridor prioritization, hearing really, is there a market interest in these corridors? What do you think, if the county tackled, would spur more development to come in, things like that. They're also being engaged as part of our housing and infill zoning code amendments. So last week we just reached out to them and asked them, hey, what are the problem issues that you're seeing with our development standards? And if we're not doing it right, what other jurisdictions are doing it right, so that we could take a look at those?
Thank you, Jesse. All right answers, by the way. Appreciate that. The next question is, as Todd brought up, you asked for what areas that were of interest, and Todd brought up infrastructure constraints, and I think that if you talk to your council and you talk to most people out there who are trying to do these projects, particularly smaller developers, which these tend to be, infrastructure is the issue. So what I'm hoping is that, I applaud our efforts to change our zoning codes and even the general plan in ways that will more accommodate infill, but that's not going to be enough. And I hope that your department / you will actively engage in looking at opportunities to help find resources and funding specifically for infrastructure, which is often the difference between whether or not a project like this gets done or not.
Yeah, I hear you on that one.
Thank you.
If I may, Dave DeFonte, Deputy County Executive, you're speaking my love language now, because this is something that I think we've, over the years, done a very good job of looking at general plan changes, zoning changes, et cetera. We haven't really got to that next level as often as we should have to get to infrastructure constraints, but also not just identifying those constraints, but putting plans in place to address them, right? Financing programs, fee programs, et cetera. And that's really, I think, the difference with Jesse now at the helm is that type of focus that we really haven't had before. So the way I like to describe Jesse's position, hopefully she agrees with this, is, I think she sort of wraps up the traditional planner role, but is more than that in that I view her as sort of our internal developer, looking at these corridors through the eyes of a developer and seeing, is this somewhere that you'd invest? If you had money to put into the ground somewhere, is this an area you'd do it? So I appreciate her view from that perspective, and also working with the Infill Developer Council, which is, frankly, volunteers, right, that have expertise that have been very helpful, and we expect a lot from moving forward to help us keep that eye on buildability, right? Because all the best plans in place, if nobody's willing to invest and actually pull the trigger on building something, it's kind of for naught, right? So that really is the focus here.
And I appreciate that. And even if you look down the Stockton Boulevard corridor is a good example of massive lots that just sit fallow and empty, or not, with other things, moving into them. I can't tell you, I've probably had a dozen developers come to me over the years and say, I really want to build on this lot along Stockton Corridor. I want to put housing in here, but I just can't make it pencil. I just need a little bit of help with infrastructure or some other costs. Is there anything you can do? And my answer is always call Jerry Brown, because I can't, and I don't have those tools anymore. So I guess what I'm asking for is that we really put an emphasis on that creativity to try to find those types of resources that might be out there available that, some of these, particularly the smaller developers, just don't have the resources or the wherewithal to know where to go get those. Thank you.
There's one more thing to add real quick on the infrastructure constraints. I I'm not Siobhan, but your screens may show you that. Todd Smith again. A couple of examples that illustrate to me the thing that we're talking about as it relates to partnering with special districts, and perhaps I know in the last couple of years we've done a couple of these exercises where one in the north part of the county, we partnered with Sac Suburban Water District. We went after a California Pollution Reduction Grant. We were not successful, but we were asking for about $10 million to help upgrade the water supply infrastructure up in a portion of Sac Suburban's area. A more successful story, though, is on Stockton Boulevard. I think the board knows we went after Green Means Go funds. We were successfully awarded, I think, over $2 million to fund about three off-site infrastructure for specifically an affordable housing project. We plan to replicate those exercises moving forward.
Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I just want to lift up the comments of my colleagues and how important that is. One, as Supervisor Kennedy and what you were just talking about with respect to the built environment. I mean, that is the biggest hurdle. That's the toughest nut to crack. It's expensive. It involves other agencies. I mean, everything that can make that challenging is going to present itself every time we go through this. But, and then the other thing that Supervisor Desmond brought up is along the way, there's going to be a lot of political will that's going to have to get exercised, because the low-hanging fruit is going to be like, well, they're coming forward to do some investment. That's better than nothing. But this is a use that then now 10, 15, 20 years down the road, we're going to have to, come back and spin it out again. So I, commit to that work. But then with respect to the question that's before us today, I support the use of resources for the position and the administrative support in order to do the work. And I think that as we've been talking about, the work is not just what's designated on paper, which is great, best laid plans and all that, but it's also tamping down some of those barriers and hurdles and things that we can anticipate, doing the SWOT analyses of what happens when somebody really comes forward waving a little bit of money in the air and they have the ideas of what they're going to do. And one of the important things that I think is critical in that work is going to be outreach. Because the NIMBYism is going to be real, because for a lot of this stuff to actually pencil, to actually come forward, it's going to be vertical. And it's going to be a change in the literal landscape that people are prone to be resistant toward. And then the last thing that I'll say is this. At the end of all this processes, once we bless the ideas, the actual process itself needs to be fast, cheap, and easy. And it may be a situation of pick two, but nonetheless, that needs to be what's out in front of us. Is we have to make it so that the skids are greased and folks can come in with as little brain damage as possible, because as we all know, you go out and you grab the greenfield piece of dirt that can get entitlements easily. That is so much more tried and true for the folks back in Wall Street, to where all of this is just ROI to them. They don't care about the community. They don't care about the reinvestment. They care about, is this going to bring back the dollars that we're committing to it? So I think it's good work, and I think it's going to be a long road to get to the end product. But I hope that once we get there, we have made things as, easy and fruitful as possible. So thank you.
Supervisor Serna.
Thank you, Chair. So I wasn't planning to say too much, but since Todd Smith opened up the floor with, hey, this is really about sharing all your ideas today, I'm like, all right, fine. I guess what I want to ask, I'll tee it up as a question, is like, when is infill considered infill? When is a property considered infill? I'm trying to harken back to, like, when did this board say definitively infill is just going to be restricted to corridors? We know that development just doesn't happen, and I'm not suggesting that it shouldn't be a priority. I'm just saying I think there's probably more infill opportunities and infill priorities in addition to those that exist in our commercial corridors. I would also challenge the I think, misconception, that's my opinion, that infill is restricted by scale. So I think for me, the definition of infill is probably maybe broader than some others. but it has to do with the geography involved in terms of surrounding uses. It certainly has to do with the availability of infrastructure, no doubt about that. But I've seen way too many infill programs that have been conceived of and implemented in other jurisdictions that I think are very, very limited by scale. And to me, it's a bit disingenuous, especially when you do have those opportunities that maybe some would say, well, that's greenfield. It's like, okay, well, maybe it's not a current land use that was previously urbanized, but it's surrounded by urbanized land. So I would challenge that precept, and I would say that the conclusion of our finished infill program, today we're talking about a roadmap, I would suggest that it be much more broadly welcoming in terms of opportunities and not be limited by scale. Certainly, I think we have to have some kind of agreed upon list of criteria to help us collectively conclude that, okay, this is an infill opportunity. But I think putting restrictions on us and the public and the development community by saying it only exists in a corridor archetype and it only exists when you have particular densities surrounding, it only exists if you have certain types of political will that is behind it traditionally. I think we've tied one hand behind our back. So I would challenge staff to think carefully about what scale means in terms of infill opportunities and how do we exploit that in a good way.
And if I may, Dave DeFonte again, point extremely well taken. I think we're operating this program on a couple of levels whereby, for example, the zoning code amendments, I think, will help with infill much more broadly. But at some point, and I was heavily involved back in the day through the general plan amendment where we identified these corridors, these specific corridor boundaries on the general plan land use diagram. And we have 14, I think it's grown to 15 since then. And to Supervisor Desmond's point earlier, if we're going to really focus and really, maybe even start investing either by way of county dollars and or going after grants, part of our plan is to, come back to the board and have a discussion about, what corridor or 2 or 3, whatever the right number is, do we really want to heavily focus on? So we do want to facilitate infill development much better, more broadly by way of the zoning code amendments and other tools, but then also see what the board's appetite is to really focus in on a couple of areas to go, frankly, more all in, right? Again, by way of either county dollars or others. And we can't do things like infrastructure plans and fee programs for the entire unincorporated area all at once. But we do, our suggestion will be to sort of focus those efforts in particular locations while not ignoring the rest of the infill opportunity across the unincorporated area, if that makes sense.
Yes. Jesse, when your position got filled, it was very exciting because I'm a big fan of infill. I think that when we look at opportunities for housing and businesses, I think, and especially when they're on those busy corridors, it allows us to be able to work with transit and get people in and out of these areas. But I do have a couple of questions. I've had community meetings in areas that I think have opportunities for infill. Do you work with communities in terms of what maybe some ideas that the community may have about what they're looking for as far as corridors and specific needs?
Yeah, so as part of the commercial corridor opportunities and constraints analysis, we will be outreaching to PBIDs, chambers of commerces, business watches. Those are like the fundamentals of the community, right? And so getting their input on, hey, where do you see opportunities? What do you think would make it safer for businesses to come through? Those are the questions we'll be posing to them.
And then the other question is, I was on Watt Avenue this past weekend, and you see these big lots that are just empty lots, fenced up. It's not good for communities because it just doesn't, it becomes very unattractive. Do you reach out to these landowners as far as opportunities for development? Is that like part of the process?
It will be part of the process. So specifically with North Watt, we do have developers that we're in touch with that own or have a stake in vacant properties of a substantial size. I'm talking about like 10 acres or so. We're helping them through the development process. But as part of the commercial corridor opportunities and constraints analysis, we're asking infill developers, where are your opportunity sites? Where do you have sites that you want to develop? And then we're going to test feasibility on those sites with them and workshop through that.
Very good. All right. So do you have all the information you need from us?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you.
All right. Will the clerk please call the next item? That's it for the afternoon. Okay. So we will now break for the morning and go to closed session. Do I use the gavel? We will now resume the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors meeting. Will the clerk please take roll to reestablish a quorum?
Supervisor Kennedy.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond.
Here.
Supervisor Hume, absent at the moment. Supervisor Cerna, absent at the moment. And Chair Rodriguez.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Will the clerk please call the next item?
The next item on our agenda is the 2 o'clock timed item, number 53, resolution of necessity authorizing eminent domain actions to acquire real property interests for the Powerline Road Phase 2 improvement project with an estimated project construction cost of $6,400,000. Sub 1, Nietzsche, Nevada, or NV, a Netherlands Antilles Corporation located at 0 Powerline Road, APN 201-1020-059. Environmental document addendum to the Metropolitan Airport Vicinity Special Plan Area, General Plan Amendment, and rezone.
Before we continue, we do have a request to speak from David Villanueva.
Supervisor, I was just going to remind you that this item takes a 4/5 vote, but now that you have 4, I think you're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Rodriguez and Vice Chair Hume, and all members of the board. I'm Peter Hannon, Program Manager with the Acquisition Section of our Real Estate Division, and I'm here today to introduce this item, which recommends board approval for one resolution of necessity authorizing an eminent domain action to acquire real property interest for the Department of Transportation's Powerline Road Phase 2 project. The proposed project is in the final phase on Powerline Road with the Metro Air Park Special Planning Area. This project will widen Powerline Road from Albaugh Drive to Alberta Road and will also widen Alberta Road from Powerline Road to 1,400 feet west of Metro Air Parkway. Powerline Road and Alberta Road will become 2-lane collectors with a center turn lane. Of the 3 necessary acquisitions for this project, one, again, property is the subject of this board's item. At this time, I'd like to display attachment 3 to this Ron hearing. This is the list of properties, again, just one property. The individual property easements required and the corresponding easement areas are displayed in square feet here on our exhibit. The real property interest for the county seeks to acquire consists of an easement for public roadway and public utilities, an easement for public utilities and public facilities, and an easement for public utilities. The county obtained an appraisal for the affected property from an independent appraiser and presented an offer to the property owner, Nietzsche NV, for the purchase of the easements displayed here on attachment 3. The county negotiations with this owner have reached impasse due to the owner's current forfeited corporate status with the state of California. The owner has been cooperatively working with the county and is in the process of reforming their corporate entity. Currently, though, until that is resolved, the county is unable to secure the necessary property interest on the subject property under the current circumstances. Today's resolution of necessity and anticipated eminent domain action will provide for possession of the acquired real property interest and construction of the project while the county proceeds to acquire easements through an eminent domain judgment if necessary. We will also continue to work with the property owner, as I mentioned earlier, to try to reach an amenable negotiated settlement if possible. Information to support the required statutory resolution and necessity findings is contained within the staff report included with the agenda pack along with owner contact histories. Notice of intention to seek approval for the resolution of necessity was mailed to the property owner by registered mail and standard U.S. mail at least 15 days prior to today's hearing. If you have any questions regarding the project or any of the properties in question, I or other project team members currently present are able to assist you and answer those questions. Thank you.
Okay, there are currently no requests to speak from the supervisors. Are there any members of the public?
We have no members of the public punched up to speak.
Okay. And we'll bring it back for deliberation or motion.
Move the item.
All right, please vote.
That item passes unanimously 5-0.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please call the next item?
The next item is our 2 o'clock timed item number 54, informational update for board direction on county medically indigent services program and Healthy Partners program.
Hello, Tim.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Tim Lutz, Health Services Director. And this a quick information update with an opportunity if the board has additional questions. In follow-up to the December 9th presentation that I did, there were some questions specifically around the CMISP program, Healthy Partners, the benefit levels between each of those programs, and just overall questions about care that those within the programs will be receiving. So wanted to use this time to provide you some of those updates. I think it's important to remember too when Healthy Partners was developed, it was in response to Affordable Care Act being passed and trying to identify where gaps were, gaps primarily on undocumented individuals that would not qualify at the time for any Medi-Cal coverage. So Healthy Partners stepped in to try and fill that void.
Madam Chair? I chimed in here. Sorry to interrupt your flow, Tim. I just want to correct you a little bit. The reason Healthy Partners exists is, yes, it had much to do with the activity around the Affordable Care Act at the time, but I would argue it actually had more to do with the fact that its predecessor program was cut completely during the Great Recession, okay? 2007, 2008, along with a whole host of other programs. I had expressed an interest in resurrecting in some shape or form something that would function and pay special attention to our constituents regardless of their immigration status. And that was really the impetus for what we call Healthy Partners today. So I just want to correct you a little bit.
No, thank you for that clarification, Supervisor. Absolutely. I think what we were trying to do, though, is recognize they weren't receiving this level of coverage. How do we help bring that parity? And I think we did a wonderful job at putting that program together as a result of that advocacy. So I appreciate that. And I really bring up that point to just highlight there is an inherent disparity then between what CMISP provides and then what Healthy Partners is also providing. And so I'll try and clarify what those differences are and maybe a little bit around why as I go through these points. So first of all, again, the CMISP program is built around Welfare and Institutions Code 17,000 and 10,000 mandates in terms of what a county must provide for services. It is heavily focused on medical necessity and ensuring that anything life-threatening is addressed and covered. These are individuals that do not qualify for Medi-Cal or emergency Medi-Cal, and therefore large hospital bills, aftercare bills, all of those arrays of services then would be uncompensated, and they wouldn't have any way to pay for it. So this is where the county would step in, covering those costs and providing follow-up services. So when the program was last operational, to any extent. So the program exists today, but we have zero enrollment. When it was last really operational, 2010, 2011, the array of services is we focused medically necessary primary and specialty care. And again, we leveraged our health clinics, our 10 locations throughout the county. We also used our provider network to provide specialty services particularly. And it was focused on medically necessary primary and specialty care services. We did obviously provide emergency hospital care. So at all of our county hospitals or county hospitals operated in the county, not actual county-operated hospitals. And then focused again on that medical necessity, medically necessary. And pharmacy services for follow-up, ancillary services, like in some cases, durable medical equipment that they would need. Generally, more basic on anything in terms of primary care, chronic disease management. This was much more heavily focused on immediate needs and medical necessity. When we go back and look at what we were providing the most, this gives you an idea of some of those specialty services. The highest volume, orthopedic, internal medicine, ophthalmology, vision care, physical medicine, rehabilitation, podiatry. And then you could see some of the additional medical and surgical specialties that we provided. Again, it is a robust array because chronic life-threatening conditions can take a variety of different pathways. So neurology, ear, nose, and throat, dermatology, hematology, oncology, all of those ranges of services were provided to address medical necessity. Going forward, so as we look at how do we start to rebuild this program, we know, as I shared in December, we're going to have to rebuild a lot of this network. We also know our clinic infrastructure is significantly smaller than it was during the height of this program. So we would be working to expand contracts with other providers to help with that care. The way that we envision this is as volume starts to go up, we're starting then to look at building out a network, leveraging our other FQHCs within the community to help us on this care, as opposed to expecting one that we could do it all out of the primary care clinic, which creates logistical issues on access. So people in North County, people in South County, East, everybody would be needing to come to the central spot. We know that as an access point issue, but also capacity. We just don't have enough room to fit everybody coming in if we're seeing the volume that we're projecting. So we would, as that starts to occur, we'd be putting out RFPs, we'd be putting out different LOIs for providers on some of the primary care type services, and then also for specialty contracts. We also would continue to rely on emergency and hospitals, so we're going to be working with our hospital systems to renegotiate the agreements. They're more or less evergreen agreements hanging out there right now, but they have not been looked at in years. So we would want to go in, look at what those rates are, and work on getting updated contracts executed. And then same with pharmacy, where we'll stay with our clinic at least through the first part until we start to gauge volume. And then we'll start to look at contracting out more broadly, whether it's through other FQHC's pharmacies or other alternative pathways to ensure people have access to medications. We do have some in-house specialists, but again, through our existing contracts, but we're going to rely heavily on additional contracted services for medically necessary specialty care. Spirit, which is operated by the Sacramento Valley Medical Society, is a program that we've used throughout CMISP. We use them with Healthy Partners. They're an excellent partner at providing specialty services. We're already in contact with them about updating our current agreements, recognizing this increase in volume potentially coming at us. And then again, ancillary services will be as needed when they come up, and making sure if we don't have it and it's needed, we would use a letter of intent to basically provide the service, reimburse the provider, and assess the volume to see if we need contracts in place. So contrasting this then to our Healthy Partners program. So because Healthy Partners requires that the person be eligible for emergency Medi-Cal in order to be enrolled in Healthy Partners, we're in essence, a lot of those costs, or at least a good chunk of those costs that are within CMISP, emergency care, ambulance, all of those types of costs would be covered by emergency Medi-Cal. So what Healthy Partners then did was expand to really get into heavier on primary care prevention. So you see women's health, you see more lab radiology, behavioral health services, chronic disease management, broader range of pharmacy, and even limited scope dental services. So this is a much richer array of services at the primary care and prevention level, as a result of, again, them already needing to be eligible for emergency Medi-Cal. And that's also why when you look at the costing's less per person for this program as opposed to CMISP. For going forward, we do expect, we know this program was operational up to 2 years ago, so we have much better data on what utilization looked like. We know our highest volume: physical therapy, sports medicine, obstetrics, gynecology, ophthalmology, gastroenterology, optometry. Things that we have a good gauge on. We can build out the service mix and contracts of those specialty services. Based on how we were planning to look at this, then if we were operating the program as it was, this would be the mix of services that we would continue to offer within the Healthy Partners program. I'm going to pause there for a second. I know there were one or two questions that aren't necessarily related to the contract modeling that I can answer, but I wanted to see if there were questions around provision of services before I talk about those.
Doesn't look like it.
Okay. So I know that as we looked at the modeling from December 9th, and I know as Amanda does her presentation, we're still looking at some, basically costing and the mix. One thing that I will highlight is this does continue to be a fluid moving target. And I'll use the state budget from last week as an example. Something that was a surprise to us, honestly, was the proposal to move refugees, asylees, and parolees straight to basically just emergency Medi-Cal, as opposed to what we had been previously told was going to be a move to similar to the those with unsatisfactory immigration status, where they would move to state-only Medi-Cal and potentially subject to an enrollment freeze or not. So what this means then is they are legally residing within the county, so that puts them under the county's CMISP mandate. So we would be legally obligated to provide services for them should they qualify for CMISP and come into our emergency room or under our care. And I say this piece because we're still modeling out the dollars, but our initial estimates could be up to $15.5 million to cover there's 24,000 people receiving coverage in Sacramento County. We're modeling out how many might come to our program, not qualify for emergency Medi-Cal, but then still qualify for CMISP.
Tim, I have a request. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on that point, with respect to the parolees, refugees, asylees, they're going to be losing that. A lot of them will lose TPS status. At some point, are they no longer eligible for the indigent care program, and they would fall under other immigrants with unsatisfactory status?
That is a really, I think, nuanced and difficult discussion. We actually have outside legal counsel that's consulted on other matters, and one of our questions was specifically around this population. I would want to go back and ask them that question of if the federal government makes some additional determination, and yeah, they do get qualified as completely unsatisfactory immigration status, would they then not fall into a different category? I think that's a question mark, and it's one that we're going to have to look closely at. Knowing what we know today, our understanding is because they are here, they're legal residents, or at least they're legally allowed to be here.
Okay, so your assumption would be, notwithstanding a change in their TPS status, we would still be required to cover them under indigent health care through the welfare institution.
That is correct.
Okay.
And then I'll also just flag, as of this morning, I saw an update on the House did pass a 3-year ACA subsidy measure that now has to go through the Senate. We're watching that one closely, because if that passes, we could see some fall off of people who are receiving ACA subsidies that we were expecting would not renew their coverage and then might be coming into this program. So large gain here, smaller potential offset on ACA subsidies if that ends up getting passed.
1 second, Tim. Supervisor Sarna?
Thank you, Chair. So I know that this is a follow-up informational item that we requested. So first of all, thank you, Tim, for paying attention and listening and hearing our interest from last month and bringing this here in front of us today. I do want to point out that I think we're all in receipt of a letter from the Hospital Council of Northern and Central California expressing pretty palpable concern about the prospect of healthy partners being minimized or eliminated. And I would share that concern. And I know this is part and parcel, today is part and parcel of actually what we're being presented next in terms of the agenda item today. It's all in the context of preparing us to make informed decisions relative to our budget. And our budget situation, no secret, is a little more challenging this year than it was last year. I think at the last time you were before us, Tim, on especially on Healthy Partners, I think you and Siobhan both gave us some options, because that's what we asked you to present, is, show us what some cuts might look like, or maybe better put, how we might fine-tune eligibility so that the numbers may come down kind of organically in terms of Healthy Partner enrollment. Again, I think this is one of those programs that, while I certainly have a personal invested individual interest in it for different reasons, I just think even if you didn't have that personal connection, if you just showed up today and said, hey, what's this Healthy Partners thing? If you look at what it will precipitate if it's eliminated, especially in terms of eventual cost that will come back to this county, and actually, I would argue, adversely affect our budget even more so than just saving the cost of it if we eliminated it. And looking at all the other peripheral effects, especially as it relates to ER visits, and then having many of our constituents, many of them being refugees, many of them being immigrants, and we don't have to look too far from where we're at, that the immigrant population across our country is facing just tremendous challenge right now. And so to thrust upon them yet another challenge relative to not having the backstop that we've enjoyed since 2008, 9, maybe 9 or 10, of the Healthy Partner Program, and then looking at all the practical consequence of cost to the county that would mean, and to our partner hospital systems, especially our healthcare systems. I'm just going to say right now that I'm not at all interested in entertaining, even in the context of a budget workshop, which we're going to do next year, the prospect of having it cut or eliminated. I think it's too important a program for us to even go there. So I'm just throwing that out early. Consider it a preview of coming attractions.
All right, any other comments? No? All right. Thank you, Tim. Will the clerk please call the next item?
And we have no public speakers on that last item.
Yes, thank you.
And the next item we have is number 55, fiscal year 2026-27 budget workshop, approval of budget priorities and initial resource allocation approach.
Supervisors, thank you for this time this morning or this afternoon. As we've wrapped up our budget last year, the board expressed some interest in having us come back a little earlier to help shape some policy as it relates to the budget going forward. Amanda's here to talk about where we are as far as the preliminary outlook for fiscal year 2026-27, and also to go over the board priorities. Also in there, as Supervisor Cernert pointed out, is a decision on the CMISP and Healthy Partners, and then also making a recommendation, or at least seeking recommendation from the board to see about the reductions that we may face. As you know, with HR 1 coming back in July, then we had some homeless funding programs that were cut with HAP, and ARPA fundings have gone away. Also, CalFresh has hit us, and some of the changes in there, and then CMISP, which we just talked about being, for the most part, eliminated, or at least put back onto the county after the funding has been taken away from the state and the federal government. We wanted to make sure that you were well informed in this, and so we've been building up to this particular workshop for the last 4 or 5 months or so. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Amanda and have her kind of go over the budget program and look for recommendations and look forward to those. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Just procedurally, David, are you asking for a formal vote then today?
We are. We're
Okay.
asking for a formal vote on 2 items in your recommendations. One is confirm or change your priorities or your the budget priorities. The second item is to look at the discretionary, how do we, initial allocations of discretionary funding. The recommendation is a 2% reduction across the board. And then the last item would be the indigent care or the CMISP and Healthy Partners recommendations. And Supervisor Cerner referenced a table or a matrix that was presented back then. That's also in the presentation, so you'll be able to see the cost of that as it rolls out. So.
Okay. Hello, Amanda.
Great. Thank you, David. Good afternoon, Chair Rodriguez and members of the board. I'm Amanda Thomas, the county's Chief Fiscal Officer, and I'm here this afternoon with the fiscal year 26-27 budget workshop. So in recent years, we've come to the board at this time seeking input on budget priorities for the coming year. And this year, we're taking a different approach by holding a comprehensive budget workshop with the board at the outset of the annual budget process, seeking input from the board today that is intended to best align the budget recommendations that you will see in June with the board's funding priorities. So the purpose today is really twofold. The first is to provide the board and the public with a preliminary outlook for the fiscal year 26-27 budget. And the second, as David just alluded to, is to seek direction from the board on the budget priorities and the initial allocation of resources to departments to be used in the development of their budget requests. So we'll cover background on the budget process and an overview of how the county's budget is funded and what that funding is used for. Then we'll discuss the community input received in recent years that resulted in the development of the budget priorities, which we are recommending that the board reaffirm today. I'll then share information on the current fiscal environment and budget pressures facing the county and how that translates into projected operating deficits for fiscal year 26-27 and future years, with a recommended initial resource allocation approach that is intended to put the county on a path toward fiscal sustainability, as well as alternative approaches for the board's consideration. So again, there are 2 actions being recommended as part of today's workshop. The first is to approve the recommended budget priorities, and the second is to approve the recommended or an alternative approach for the initial resource allocation to departments to begin the budget process. So speaking of the budget process, this chart provides an overview of the budget process, with the top part showing key steps in the internal budget development process, and then the blue boxes at the bottom indicating when there will be public meetings, starting with today's workshop. So looking at the budget process, you can see that we officially kick off that process this month with departments developing their budget requests. For general fund departments, a key piece of information needed for budget development is their allocation of discretionary and certain semi-discretionary resources, or what we refer to as their budget target. And it is those initial allocations or targets that we are requesting board direction on today. Departments that project net costs that exceed their target will identify program impacts resulting from the funding shortfall, some of which may ultimately be recommended for restoration based on priority and funding availability as we move through the budget process. Discretionary and semi-discretionary revenue estimates will be finalized in February as more information becomes available. And our estimated fund balance carry forward from fiscal year 25-26 will be shared during the mid-year fiscal report to the board on March 24th. The recommended budget will be released on May 29th, and budget hearings are scheduled to begin on June 10th. And then, as you know, following the closing of this fiscal year and the finalization of the state budget, we will then recommend adjustments as part of the revised recommended budget, with those hearings scheduled to begin on September 9th. So these next few slides provide some background information on sources and uses of funding in the county budget. Of the total $9.2 billion in the overall county budget, around $2 billion of that, shown in the light green here, is transfers between different county funds. And then of the remaining, or most of the remaining $7 billion in net spending is funded with $5 billion of departmental revenue that must be used for specific purposes, and that's shown in dark green. Discretionary resources in the county's budget, or what is sometimes referred to as general fund funding, account for about $1 billion overall. And you can see off to the right here that the largest source of that is property taxes. And then you can also see in yellow that about $100 million of that $1 billion of discretionary spending budgeted is coming from one-time fund balance and reserves. The budget also includes $1 billion of semi-discretionary funding that comes from 1991 and 2011 realignment and public safety sales tax revenues from the state. And these revenues can be used with some discretion to fund programs in the county's health and human services and public safety departments. The resource allocation approach that I will be discussing later focuses on how discretionary and certain semi-discretionary resources are allocated to departments in the budget. This chart shows how that same $9.2 billion of total funding is used in the budget. Of the $6 billion that is in operating budgets, shown in green, you can see that the largest share is for Health and Human Services departments, followed by Community Services, and then Public Safety and Justice. And then these charts show how the operating budgets by function are broken down in terms of the different types of funding, with the green representing departmental funding, the dark blue representing discretionary funding, and the light blue representing semi-discretionary funding. So for Health and Human Services, the green departmental revenue is almost entirely derived from state and federal funding sources, with the required local shares of funding included within the discretionary and semi-discretionary spending amounts. For community services departments, the vast majority of funding comes from departmental revenue sources, and that includes for enterprise funds such as airports and water, and special revenue funds such as transportation. Community services departments with discretionary funding and allocations include parks, animal care, and community development. For public safety and justice, you can see that there is relatively little departmental funding, which results primarily from state and federal grants or contract revenue, with the majority of funding coming from discretionary or semi-discretionary sources. And because of this reliance on these funding sources, a shortfall of discretionary and semi-discretionary resources is likely to have a greater impact on public safety and justice department budgets than other areas of the budget.
Amanda, one moment. Supervisor Cerna?
Thanks, Chair. So I think you just answered some of my question, Amanda, because if you look at the large ring, the one on the far left, the Health and Human Services $2.5 billion pie there, and it has kind of an inverse relationship to the far right, public safety and justice, in terms of discretionary versus departmental. And I think you're, spot on when you're saying it's basically, the nature of how departments just get funded, right? I mean, you have cost recovery that happens, let's say, in public health, because you're getting assistance from the state or the feds, or let's say the planning department, you're getting fees, right? Fees help the department function and achieve its mission. So in public safety, you don't have our sheriff's department going out and charging fees on the spot to receive their services. But what this chart, the reason I find this chart fascinating is that I think it gives us the clearest picture possible that should we want to exercise our discretion as the board about discretionary funding and about overall funding for departments and programs within departments, this is probably the first time I've seen something like this in the numerous budget workshops I've participated over the years, where it gives the public a clear understanding of if we want to exercise our judgment about, as we approach June, about where to pull money from and maybe apply funding, it gives us an idea of the level of flexibility and where the flexibility resides. Is that fair to say?
I think that is fair. I mean, I think this does give an indication of that. Of course, as you know, there's lots of nuance to that as well. So I mentioned, in Health and Human Services, some of the discretionary funding that is spent, we don't really have discretion over because there's a required local match, right? So I think that those things make the budget even more complicated.
Sure. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so transitioning now to talk about community input and budget priorities. About 5 years ago, we began implementing a community outreach and engagement process, culminating in board approval of budget priorities each year. That started in 2021 by surveying the county's advisory boards and commissions to identify topics to include in a survey of county residents about their priorities for the county budget. We then engaged professional public opinion firm FM3 Research to conduct resident surveys in 2021 and 2023, and focus groups in 2022 and 2024. And what we found through that research was very consistent year to year in terms of residents' top priorities, which has led to the board adopting essentially unchanged budget priorities each year beginning in 2021 and most recently about a year ago in January of 2025. So this chart, which I realize is a little bit difficult to read, highlights the findings of the most recent resident survey conducted in 2023, which again was very consistent with what we heard in the 2021 survey and 22 and 24 focus groups. The horizontal axis here is plotting the relative importance of each topic to county residents, while the vertical axis plots the resident satisfaction with regard to related services provided.
Amanda, one moment. Supervisor Serna?
Why don't you go ahead and finish what you're going to finish? I just want to have a question here after you're done, but before you leave the slide.
Absolutely. So the issues then at the bottom right of the chart that are contained within those red box are those with higher importance and lower satisfaction. And you can see looking at those issues that homelessness stands out as the closest to the bottom right corner, and that many of the other topics within this red box are also related to homelessness, including housing and behavioral health. And then additionally, the condition of roads is identified in it as an issue in this red box. And although not shown on this chart, in some of the other polling questions and research that was done, it was also an issue that was clearly of greater priority to residents in the unincorporated county than to those that lived in cities. So based on the input from the surveys and the focus groups, the board budget priorities have focused on homelessness as a county-wide priority and improving road conditions as an unincorporated focus area.
Thank you. This is a function of a survey instrument, right? A telephone poll?
Correct. So you can see that the exact questions that were asked at the bottom of this slide. Yes.
So I guess my general question is, how self-selecting are the respondents? For instance, they have to have a phone number, right? Do we know that they're permanent county residents with an address in Sacramento County? Are they college students that have a county address, but they're in the midst of getting their degrees somewhere else? I mean, who is answering these questions?
Yeah, so I think there were actually two modes of responding to the survey: telephone or via internet. So there was electronic responses were also accepted. I don't have the exact demographic information in front of me. I can tell you that it's a representative sample, right? So that's a reason why we elected to go with a professional public opinion firm, is we want to make sure that responses are representative of the demographics of the county generally. So the survey respondents are county residents and representative of the county as a whole.
So it could include fresh arrivals from Afghanistan. It could include people that have questionable immigration status. Again, I'm trying to understand who's in this and who's out of it. I understand plus or minus 3 on the other side. I get the how polls work, how statistics work, but there's always, it's never perfect. So I'm trying to understand who's not here that is giving us this information.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that it's never perfect. I think as much as possible, the intent here is it was provided in multiple languages, and the intent here is that it's representative of the county's population, both in terms of age distribution, income status, a whole host of
So even
different
minors, people under 18 were part of this survey?
No, this was an adult survey.
Okay, so there you go. That's a chunk of the population, right? That this is telling a story, but it's not telling everyone's story. That's my point.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so because of the very consistent findings of the surveys and focus groups conducted since 2021, we don't intend to conduct another survey for the fiscal year 26-27 budget process, and we are recommending the board approve the current budget priorities, which are shown here, for use in the 26-27 budget process, or alternatively, approve revised priorities should the board want to make any changes to these priorities. So in summary, I won't read word for word, but the first priority is complying with the county's obligations. The second is optimizing the use of county resources, including service levels informed by community priorities, improving effectiveness and efficiency, and limiting the backfill of reductions in dedicated revenue. The third priority is funding new or enhanced programs, focusing on the most critical and urgent needs, including those identified in the surveys, the county-wide focus area of homelessness, and the unincorporated focus area of roads. So the priorities approved by the board today will be used to guide departmental budget requests, as well as develop funding recommendations that will be included in the recommended budget. Okay, so turning now to look at the current fiscal environment and the budget pressures as we head into the fiscal year 26-27 and the foreseeable future. So the first category shown here shows the anticipated federal and state impacts that are expected to result in additional costs and/or reduced revenues. Among those impacts are changes to Medi-Cal eligibility by both the state and federal government that are expected to increase costs that must be covered by the county. And you heard Tim talk about that earlier, as well as in December. And I'm going to go over it in a little bit more detail on the next slide. Additionally, as you heard from DHA Director Ethan Dye on December 9th, HR 1 at the federal level increased the local share of CalFresh administrative cost, which is expected to result in a $6 million cost impact to the county. There also continues to be uncertainty about homeless and housing funding at both the state and federal level, as well as federal funding reductions to public health. Beyond the federal impacts, labor cost escalation will put pressure on the budget, as I'll describe more on a later slide, as will cost increases in liability insurance premiums and claims payments. Changes in pension obligation bond debt service will actually bring some relief to the budget, which is partially offset by an increased share of costs to be paid by the county. And then finally, the last of the county's revenue neutrality payments received from prior city incorporations will end in fiscal year 27-28, which will result in an estimated $11 million loss of revenue thereafter. Looking at the county's obligations under the Mays consent decree, we've seen a considerable escalation in correctional system operating costs since the consent decree was put in place, which I'll go over in more detail later. And a jail system master plan is currently underway, which may result in recommendations for capital investment needs, for which the county has no identified source of funding. And then additional unfunded maintenance and investment needs include a road maintenance backlog of approximately $1.4 billion, $1 billion plus for county buildings and parks, an estimated $200 million for implementation of the Climate Action Plan, an estimated $20 million for upgrade and replacement of the county's ERP system used for financial, HR, and procurement processes, and an estimated $3 to $5 million needed to update the county's general plan. And then, of course, in this big gray box underlying all of this is the fact that we are starting with a structural deficit using about $100 million of one-time resources in the current budget, and our reserves are well below target levels, as I will discuss more later. So in the next few slides, I'm going to provide some additional detail on some of the budget pressures that are noted here. And I will start first with CMISP, or the County Medically Indigent Services Program. As Tim presented on December 9th, the cost to the county of the state and federal changes to Medi-Cal eligibility are estimated to result in fiscal year 26-27 costs ranging from a low of $29 million in new costs to a high of $63 million in new cost. And that depends on the income thresholds and the populations covered. As program enrollment ramps up, year 3 costs are estimated to range from $78 million to $117 million. And it should be noted that these estimates were based on information known at the time they were developed. So as Tim just alluded to, changes within the state budget or at the federal level could result in changes to these estimated costs. And at the end of this presentation, I'll be discussing these options in the context of the overall approach recommended, and as well as some alternatives for the board to consider. So this chart illustrates the impact of May's consent decree compliance on correctional system operating costs in both the sheriff and correctional health budgets, with a $137 million increase in the combined annual cost compared to 5 years ago, which represents an overall 9% average annual increase in combined expenditures, with 17% in just correctional health expenditures alone. So this is, the point here is that this is certainly an area of the budget where costs have continued to outpace revenue growth, contributing to the overall structural deficit. Salaries and benefits costs are roughly half of all general fund expenditures and a key driver of the overall county budget, and they really tend to be the largest element of base budget cost increases that are faced by departments. As you can see here, wages represent the largest share of total costs, and those costs are expected to go up based on negotiated salary increases as well as step and longevity increases as employee tenure increases. While retirement costs, shown here in the orange, are calculated as a percentage of pay, those costs are actually expected to be relatively flat even as wages go up, because retirement rates have been coming down due to strong investment returns and a greater share of employees being in lower benefit tiers. While pension bonds represent a relatively small share of total costs, there are some significant changes for fiscal year 26-27 that I'll go over on the next slide. And then finally, medical benefits continue to increase with rising premiums year after year. So this chart shows the county's total pension obligation bond debt service payment by estimated source of funding, and it illustrates two important but unrelated things that are both happening in fiscal year 26-27. So the first is that the total scheduled debt service in fiscal 26-27 is about 67% lower than in fiscal year 25-26, due to how the debt service payments were structured when the bonds were issued. And they'll increase moderately each year until the bonds are fully paid off in fiscal year 2030-31. And then coincidentally, a second thing is happening in fiscal year 26-27, which is that we will have reached a federal and state claiming limit based on the original anticipated costs of the bonds prior to any of the subsequent refundings, which means that starting in fiscal year 26-27, a higher share of debt service will need to be paid from discretionary and semi-discretionary resources. And this is illustrated by the orange portion of the bars, which reflects about $8 to $9 million of annual cost, in addition to that blue portion that is already funded with discretionary and semi-discretionary resources.
One moment, Amanda.
Yes.
Supervisor Cerna?
Thank you. Just so we get the most the greatest amount of information from one bar chart here. I think you just mentioned it, but I want to make sure I heard you correctly. So even though our debt service is dropping pretty dramatically between this fiscal year and the next by what, some 60?
It's about two-thirds, yeah.
Yeah, 60 million. We should not be thinking about, oh, well, there's 60 million there that we can then just apply as pure discretionary availability for other things besides a pension debt, which is going to be the totality of it's going to be lower in the years moving forward to 2030, 31. So I guess what I'm asking, I think maybe the chart tells part of the story. What is the pie chart that would accompany this look like that says, oh, well, this board gives us the ability to either have that drop in pension obligation debt service drop, and that gives you a little bit more flexibility to take that funding and do X with it. Is that not the right way to think about it, or is it a complicated answer in terms of, yes, there's some of that, but no, there's not in other places?
So I think you're on the right track. What I will say is this is a piece of a larger picture, right? So I'll talk about this when we get to that larger picture. This is a piece that on net is helpful for the budget. Right. So I think what the right comparison is in terms of availability of discretionary and semi-discretionary resources is to look at kind of where that blue bar is in 25, 26, the blue portion of the bar, to the blue plus the orange in 26, 27.
That's $25 million right
net
there.
Difference, right. So it is absolutely something that is helping the budget picture this year, but it's one of many things that are happening within the budget picture.
If we didn't have this drop happening, just so happens this year with the background of all the other budget challenge that has come our way, I assume we'd be in a much greater pickle.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
One moment, Amanda. Supervisor Hume?
Thank you, Chair. Just to continue to tease out sort of what this bar chart represents, is there any kind of statutory requirement as to how these obligation bond debt services payments are funded? And what I ask specifically is, it seems like everything drops down. The gold or yellow or whatever color that is goes away, but everything else drops down. Is there a reason why we couldn't continue the funding of them at the same level from department funding rather than discretionary funding?
Right. So let me first, just because you mentioned the yellow color, let me tell you what that is. So that is essentially that there are certain amounts that we have claimed for federal and state purposes, right? So we have gotten money from the federal and state government that could be determined to be ineligible for the same reason that we now have this orange portion showing up here. We believe they were properly claimed, but we don't have confirmation at the state and federal level of that, and we could ultimately be required to pay that money back. So that's the significance of that. In total, that's about $40 million. But the answer to your question is essentially think of these as being like other salaries and benefits costs, right? So we are able to recover revenues for them to the extent that the employees that these costs are allocated to are providing services under those programs. Some portion of this debt service is paid by airport revenues because it's attributable to the employees who work at the airport. So we can't really change that percentage unless, those percent that accounts for a higher or greater percentage of total employee costs. Is that making sense? So what's staying relatively stable here is the share of this cost that's paid for by the different revenue sources, except for the fact that the share of cost that was being claimed on state and federal programs is now going to be must be funded with discretionary and semi-discretionary resources because we're no longer able to claim those costs for the state and federal programs.
That was very well explained. I'm picking up exactly what you're laying down. And so essentially, it's the overall amount that is being reduced, but the share of whether that gets funded through departmental revenues or through general discretionary revenues doesn't change necessarily because of the departments and the funding of those departments. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. Oh, so we were actually here faster than I thought we were going to be. So speaking of the bigger picture, factoring in all of the information that I just talked about, we can develop a preliminary outlook for the fiscal year 26-27 budget. I do want to stress that this projection reflects preliminary estimates and assumptions used for planning purposes. So the numbers will certainly change as we move through the budget process, refining our revenue estimates based on more recent information, and then more precisely being able to estimate costs based on department budget submittals. Looking at this table, if we look first at the discretionary and semi-discretionary revenues, that top line there, we're projecting a total of $1.836 billion, which is about a 3% overall increase compared to the current year budgeted revenues. The next row shows the projected ongoing use of resources, which represents the expenditures that are funded by discretionary and semi-discretionary resources. And so we start first with the current year budget of $1.867 billion, and then adjust that for known or assumed changes in budgeted cost. So that includes an estimated $64 million, or about 3.5% increase in base budget costs. That assumption is driven largely by labor cost increases that I described earlier. We then have a $29 million increase for CMISP option 1A, which represents the minimum required safety net. And then a $6 million increase for the CalFresh increased share of local cost. The pension bond reduction, so that reduction in scheduled debt service that I talked about results in a $37 million cost decrease for the funded, amount funded with discretionary and semi-discretionary. That's then partially offset by an $8 million increase due to a higher share of costs needing to be paid from local resources. So altogether, the projected use of resources with these adjustments totals $1.937 billion, which, as you can see, represents a preliminary projected operating deficit, which would be the use of fund balance and reserves to fund ongoing expenditures of $101 million.
One moment, Amanda. Supervisor Serna?
Yeah, if you can stay there for a second, thank you. The $29 million that you just referenced, the option 1A, CMISP option 1A, which I didn't hear you say, but I assume that includes, the important footnote, no program for healthy partners, correct?
Yes, so this is representing the minimum required. At the end of the presentation, we have our recommended approach and some options as well, which would reflect other costs.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear you say, that you're not just assuming here that Healthy Partners is going to be scrapped and that this is what we're moving forward with. Correct?
Right, yes. So that is, to be clear, that is our recommendation, but we do have alternatives, and we're here today seeking input from the board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So if we continue to project out based on what we know today, including changes in debt service payments going forward, the projected CMISP cost increases by year 3, the elimination of the revenue neutrality payments that I mentioned, and even assuming that future revenues grow at the long-term average of about 4.5% annually, with underlying expenditures only growing at 3.5%, we would still expect to have sizable operating deficits in each of the next 5 years. And that's really illustrated here by where the dark blue bars of our budgeted net cost being higher than the light blue bars of our assumed discretionary revenue. This chart shows the history of the general fund beginning available balance in each budget year, which is basically the funding that is unspent from the prior budget year and available on a one-time basis to fund expenditures in the current budget year. So you can see that from fiscal year 2020-21 through roughly 23-24, we had large amounts available so that operating deficits in those years could be funded on a one-time basis without the need to use reserves. However, as you can also see in more recent years, fund balance has been returning closer to the levels experienced historically. And it's too early to estimate the fund balance available for the 26-27 budget, but based on the recent trend, I think it's reasonable to think that it could be less than $50 million, with any operating deficit in excess of that amount requiring the use of reserves to balance the budget. So if we look at the total balance in the general fund, including the current discretionary reserve balances, and then factor in those projected future operating deficits that I showed on 2 slides ago, without constraining budgeted expenditures, our reserves are projected to be depleted in about 3 years. Of course, actual results that are higher or lower than assumed in the projections could make that happen earlier or later. And while this chart shows negative numbers for the final 2 years, what would actually happen in a scenario where reserves are depleted is that immediate and severe budget reductions would be required to balance the budget using only the available ongoing revenues.
So Amanda, I just want to say this is the slide that gives me great angst. As it should. Yeah. This is a slide that will probably keep me up at night, because you have to wonder, if we don't take drastic measures now, we're going to, in 28, 29 or 29, 30 is when we're going to be forced to, and then it impacts everything. It's just this slide here should be very telling to all of us when it comes to the budget decisions that we make here. Supervisor Hume?
Yeah, thank you for raising that point, Chair, because I just want to put a finer point on it. When you see that bar dip below the zero line, ostensibly that would mean you're handing employees IOUs instead of paychecks, right? And that can't happen. And so you're going to have to find ways to make sure that you're at least at a break-even budgetary situation. It is dire, and it should keep you awake at night.
So while our reserves can't be less than zero, as we've just talked about, I think it's also important to keep in mind that our goal is for them to be much greater than zero. So as shown here, the current combined balance of our non-dedicated discretionary reserves is about $204 million. And that represents around 5% of total general fund revenue compared to our policy target of 17%. And this chart illustrates an important reason why we want to have reserves, which is that the county's budget is subject to volatility in tax revenues, which can be severely negatively impacted by economic recessions, and especially in the case of property tax revenues, can take a very long time to recover to pre-recession levels. So as you can see here, during the last recession, which, admittedly, I don't think we're planning for the next Great Recession, but during the last recession, the county would have needed reserves of approximately $600 million to continue funding at the same level. So with all of that information in mind, this table lays out our recommended approach to the initial resource allocation in the fiscal year 26-27 budget, which again will be the starting point that department budget requests will be based on. And then we also are showing here some alternative approaches for the board to consider. Looking at the first column, which is the recommended constrained approach, we're recommending up to a 2% reduction in discretionary and non-CalWORKs semi-discretionary resources allocated to departments compared to the allocation included in the fiscal year 25-26 budget, adjusting for one-time costs and revenues and changes in POB debt service. If we assume that the base budget costs will increase by 3.5% on average, that would be an effective 5.5% reduction to departments. We're also, as part of this recommendation, recommending funding CMISP at the option 1A, which again is the required minimum safety net, consistent with existing priority 1 to fund county obligations. This includes that total estimated year 1 cost of $29 million. I will mention that $5 million of that is recommended to be a designated reserve for CMISP, so that $5 million is included within the $29 million. Under this approach, no budget units with spending discretion would have an unconstrained allocation, meaning all budget units would be subject to that up to 2% reduction. And we would project that constraining expenditures in this way would result in a more manageable operating deficit of $59 million, which is less likely to require use of reserves than the unconstrained projections that I showed earlier in the charts, and is more likely to put the county on a path toward fiscal sustainability.
One moment, Amanda. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to dig in on this slide a little bit because I think as we examine options, there are different ways to slice this. The change in initial resource allocation, is that another way of saying use of discretionary funds and or use of general fund?
Yes, discretionary and non-CalWORK semi-discretionary, so certain semi-discretionary revenues combined, we treat them combined. It is, I do want to make the point that this is the target, this is the initial allocation. So as we move through the budget process, right, that doesn't mean that everybody's going to end up with a 2% reduction, but that means that that's what the starting point would be.
Okay, so I want to just throw something out there just to kind of play with it for a minute. It's fairly draconian in nature, but I just want to know what the implications of that would be. If we think back to the slide with the different colored donuts of departments, some of which are very heavily funded with departmental revenue, some of which are very heavily funded with discretionary or general fund revenues. If we are doing a 2% cut only of discretionary revenues, then obviously those departments that are funded primarily by discretionary revenues are going to have a deeper cut to their overall departmental budget than those that are funded by other sources.
Yeah, so I think if you look at it right in terms of how the overall budget is funded, and that was the point that I was trying to make on those charts, you're going to see more of an impact in areas that have greater reliance on discretionary resources.
Okay, so then that brings, and I'll get to this when we start talking about the budget priorities and how they're enumerated, but so the one option there that shows basically keeping public safety whole. Another way to do that might be taking a percentage of overall departmental budget as opposed to use of discretionary resources. Correct?
I don't know that I think I understand what you're saying. I think we would expect to have a similar impact, if I understand what you're saying, which is that we...
I don't see how that could, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I don't see how that could possibly be true if we went back to the slide, and I don't know if we want to do it, but if we went back to the slide of the different donuts, and you have a department that is almost entirely green with just a little sliver of blue, okay, if they take 2% of that little sliver of blue, that's a drop in the bucket, relatively speaking, to their overall departmental budget, whereas if they took 1% of the overall, that might be a larger number that might mean they cut more of their discretionary revenue, whereas on one of the departments that is primarily discretionary revenue funded, 2% of their discretionary revenues is a larger overall amount of their budget, whereas if they did 1% of their overall budget, they might be able to absorb that. Is this all making sense? I see at least one colleague like he's understanding where I'm trying to get with this, but I mean, is this kind of a different way of drilling down to it?
And I may not be following you entirely, but I think what it comes down to is that what we're solving for here is a shortfall in discretionary resources. So an across the board approach sort of results in an even impact in terms of the use of discretionary resources. If we're not doing that and we don't have an across the board approach, then we're going to be concentrating that impact more in more or less places. So in other words, finding if we were to look at a department that has a very small percentage of discretionary funding, but say that department needs to cut their use of discretionary resources by 2% of their overall budget, that may not mathematically actually be possible in some cases. Does that follow?
I understand where you're going with that. I would say you're on the right track of what I'm saying is essentially their discretionary resources would go away and they would be entirely either cost recovery or other departmental enterprise funds or whatever. But again, I guess all of this goes back to getting into the budget priorities where I assume that they are enumerated in order of importance. In other words, item number 1 is that which we must do, and then it goes down from there. And so in item number 2, it says limiting to the extent to which reductions in dedicated revenue are backfilled with discretionary resources. And so we have departments that have other sources of revenue from which to draw upon their budgetary obligations versus departments that don't have those options because they're primarily funded through discretionary resources.
Yeah, and thank you for raising that. That's a good point that I think is kind of fundamental to understanding our budget that I should have explained, which is that our budget policy is that that restricted funding has to be used first. So if departments have a restricted funding source available, that gets used before any discretionary or semi-discretionary funding gets used. Does that answer your question?
Well, it answers how we got where we are, but it doesn't necessarily answer how we peel back layers of the onion to get to a leaner, meaner budget.
Right. I guess another way of thinking that is if what you're suggesting is we should reduce discretionary funding and require those expenditures instead to be funded with departmental revenues, that's already happening in the budget.
Okay.
So the discretionary and semi-discretionary funded expenditures are things that cannot be funded with other sources. And it's a question that we ask as we move through the budget process.
I'm a little dubious about that claim, but I'll leave it there for now, and I'll just keep
and when I say
noodling on
cannot, meaning those revenues are not available to do that. So this also relates to the policy that we have with regard to fees, right? So that the policy is to set fees at cost recovery levels, right? Because we don't want to subsidize services that can be funded from other revenues with discretionary and semi-discretionary resources. So this all sort of relates to the same concept that I think you're getting at.
I am, but then, if you get down to the third budget priority of funding new or enhanced programs, I'm saying, what if we went back and looked at those enhanced programs that are already funded and maybe start to pull at the threads of that sweater a little bit?
By reducing expenditures? Right. And that's, those often are things that departments are identifying when faced with budget reductions or sort of recently implemented or approved programs. But again, it goes back to your priority.
Sure. And we'll talk about those in a minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Sarna?
Thank you. So I want to make sure I understand the table that I'm staring at here. So first of all, question for Siobhan. Currently, CMISP is applied, correct me if I'm wrong, at less than 400% FPL?
Yes, that is correct.
That's current, right? And that's the same that's used for Healthy Partners?
No, Healthy Partners, I believe, is at 138%.
It's 138? Okay.
Yeah, so CMISP 400%, Healthy Partners 138.
Thank you for that clarification. So there's each of the boxes, right? Not the columns or the rows, but each of the boxes here in the table I assume, is somewhat customizable, meaning you've attempted to give us 5 alternatives, i.e. the column headers, with a mix of changes in the row headers. If you were to start from the premise that you're most concerned with, as maybe some are, with projected use of fund balance and reserve, so bottom row, you've got 3 of the 5 alternatives that conclude the same amount, roughly $60 million, which is the lowest amount of the 5 alternatives. The others being $76 million and $100 million, $101 million. So I assume, right, the lower the number, the better. That if your priority is to steer clear of fund balance use and reserves, the lower the number, the better. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So I think the recommended approach resulting in a $59 million projected use of fund balance, we're sort of targeting that as minimizing the potential needed use of reserves in the budget.
So I only see one alternative that kind of speaks to throwing Healthy Partners a lifeline here, right, and preserving it, but yet it still concludes with the lowest, excuse me, the lowest use of reserves and fund balance, meaning the fourth column from the left.
Correct. So there's basically 2 levers we have here. One is, what is the percentage of reduction to resource allocation that we're starting the budget process with, and the other is what is our expected use of fund balance and reserves, right? So when you look at that constrained with Healthy Partners option, the reason that it is ending up at that same $59 million is because rather than a negative 2% reduction, we have a negative 3% reduction,
Right.
which is how that additional funding is being captured. So, an alternative in any of these scenarios is to use more fund balance or reserves, right? That just puts us closer to those charts I showed earlier.
So I guess what I'm struggling with is that I get that the 2 to 3%, which affects departments countywide, correct? More or less.
General fund departments.
A
yes.
lot of departments. You have one. I mean, how many programs does this county offer through all its departments? Countless programs. Why are we staring at an option sheet that has on the sacrificial altar of budget cuts one program out of the entire county, and the one option that preserves it, you give it to us saying, oh, well, yeah, you could choose that board, but you're going to suffer another % increase in cuts across the board. That to me, I get it. You can tee up countless alternatives because the permutations of give and take, state funding, federal funding, pass-throughs, and then discretionary funding, sales tax, property taxes, fees. I mean, you could give us, endless spreadsheets. I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but I just think it's a little disingenuous, unless I'm missing something here, that we have gotten to the point of this conversation very early in the budgetary process where one program by name is now occupying a column header and it's good here because it's referencing the fact that you would preserve it, but it's giving it to us characterized as the sacrifice you'd have to make to preserve it is that 1% extra cut across the board. And it doesn't feel fair to me. It doesn't feel accurate. It doesn't feel like you've heard, at least me. As I said earlier, I'm just not going to entertain, and I'm one of 5. I could very well be on the losing end ultimately of this, but I'm one of 5. I'm not interested in seeing it eliminated. And so now I'm looking at 4 out of 5 options. Has it eliminated? and the fifth is, yes, you can keep it, but it comes at the cost of a deeper cut across the board. And I just don't agree with the way this has been presented, because I don't think it's fair. I'll leave it at that.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Amanda. And I appreciate Supervisor Cerna's point, because it does seem really kind of neatly packaged that we're constrained to just one of these 5 columns here. But it seems like there could be a lot more iterative of a process in terms of what ultimately we have the discretion to approve here. I do have a couple additional questions on this chart. Does this assume, so the slide a few slides back where you charted the status of the let me get to the future operating deficits, that assumes the unconstrained alternative, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
And does it also include the discretionary funding that we have allocated to roads over the years, or it does not include those?
No, because we have treated those as one time.
Okay, great. Okay, I want to be clear on that point. Okay, great. So thank you for that. And then getting back to the chart that's up here right now, and in being mindful of Supervisor Hume's point, I'm assuming on the 5th column you kind of took out Sheriff, DA, and Correctional Health, possibly in consideration of the point that I think Supervisor Hume was making, is that they're so disproportionately reliant on general fund dollars, right? Discretionary.
Yeah, and so I apologize. I don't think I got all the way through describing each of these columns, but the intention there really was sort of recognizing that in the 25-26 budget, where we took an approach that was this less constrained alternative, right? The 0%. So it's still constrained. We took a constrained approach in 25-26, but these were 3 budget units ultimately where significant reductions were not implemented. Okay. So I think we want to really at the outset of the process understand, what approach is going to get us closest to an approved recommended budget at the end of the day. Because if we're not recognizing that, then I think we'll end up with a higher use of reserves than we're anticipating, or than we would be comfortable.
So you're also being a little practical, trying to anticipate what we might do from up here. And then, but I do think, again, getting back to that point, related to departments that are disproportionately impacted by disproportionately funded by discretionary and semi-discretionary funding, 3% of 90% of your budget is a heck of a lot more than 3% of 5% of your budget. I think that was kind of the point you were trying to make. And is that the impact on those departments that are more funded by discretionary and semi-discretionary funds?
So I think that, in response to an earlier question, I think what I tried to describe is the fact that even departments that might have a small share of discretionary and semi-discretionary funding, so this often is the case in Health and Human Services departments, that is a local match, right? So a reduction of that amount could mean that, a much larger amount of state and federal funding is also lost because that local match is going away. So I think it's a little bit more complicated.
It's nuanced, okay.
Yeah, than looking at it as, the percentage of the budget.
But I think you understand the point why we're asking that question.
Correct, yes. And I will say I also understand the point about the alternatives listed here. And I think these were intended to provide a framework, but we are really here today seeking input from the board. So if there's an option that is not listed here, that is the direction that the board wants to move forward with, we're open to that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't sure how much I was going to say today. We got a lot of time between now and June, but I know you want direction. I will just start by saying my initial reaction to this particular table is that Supervisor Cerna is not 1 in 5. And that's that I agree with the supervisor as far as we have conveniently picked out healthy partners. I don't know that these are our only alternatives. I think there's a great number of options that are available to us with all of the various areas that we could look at moving and cutting. But we have particularly called out healthy partners in a very odd way. So for me to, and you said, Amanda, I know you said that there's other alternatives that you'd like to discuss today. I don't think the five of us are up here nearly as prepared as you are to discuss all of the minute details in every column and every row of the spreadsheet that is the budget, that's the document that we're also in love with. And so, I think that before I could make any real discussion or decision or direction on options, I'd need to look at more options than just healthy partners or no healthy partners, which is essentially what I see here.
And if I could maybe address, sort of why it is that this is part of our recommendation. I think first, as we've discussed, the cost impact is so significant. Just when you look at CMISP and Healthy Partners overall, right? That going into the budget, not planning for an increased cost of what is a minimum of $29 million would not get us to where we need to be at the end of the day. So that's sort of why this issue is being discussed now as opposed to in June. I think the other thing, and Tim and Siobhan can speak to this more specifically than I can, there's some action that needs to be taken before the budget in terms of what these programs look like. And, I believe the intention was to come back later this month with that recommendation. So we want to make sure that that action that's taken is aligned with our planning for the budget. So that's why, both of those reasons, I would say the magnitude and the timing are kind of why this is something that is called out in the way that it is.
Sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done.
I think what I would also say is that, while not shown here, an option would be, so I think, we saw on the earlier slide that, 1B versus 1A is an additional $12 million of cost, right? So I mentioned the two levers that we have. An additional $12 million use of fund balance or reserves would mean that it's a -2% instead of a -3%. So thinking about it that way in terms of how the options could get structured. I think there may also be alternatives to look at, a program that isn't the full 1B if a lower funding amount were desired.
Right, and that's kind of what I'm getting at too, is that, maybe it's a combination of a variety of these different columns. I mean, I'm not yet prepared to love any of these. I know I'm not going to love at the end of the day any of these, but I'm not yet prepared to say that this is the option that I would say we should go down this road, because I don't think that all of the options and all of the alternatives have really been approached. We've kind of backed into it, and knowing that that's a big number with Healthy Partners. I'd also be curious as to, this is a sidebar, but I'd like to get a meeting with staff to talk about why is CAP implementation $200 million? I'm sure that that's an accurate number. I just have no idea. I can't fathom it, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I'd like to know that. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. I mean, if I were to be pressed and I had to say, one of these, it would obviously be the one that includes 1B, because there's at least a nod to Healthy Partners. But I don't feel like I should be put in that position today. I don't think that these are the options that I'd like to see in front of us.
Okay, Supervisor Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go in a slightly different direction here. I just want to thank staff, one, for starting this process early and taking our temperature and allowing us to have a robust conversation on what these priorities actually mean, how they get implemented, what are the nuts and bolts effects to the agency, certainly, but also to each individual departments, and just sort of giving a longer runway rather than being so reactionary when it comes time to give a thumbs up or a thumbs down to something that's more or less a finished document. So thank you for entertaining this process. I also want to thank staff for bringing forward, really some bad financial news with some fiscal constraint to give us those options. How do we get there, and what is or isn't palatable? And I think having these real discussions are important, and I look forward to the public comment that I'm sure that's going to come. But I want to point back to something that I was alluding to earlier relative to the budget priorities and why I feel like it's important to revisit those budget priorities and what they actually mean. And so when we look at them, and I asked that they were enumerated in the order of importance from a hierarchical standpoint and was told that's the truth. And so item number one is the must do. This is what absolutely we exist. We must do these things either statutorily or legally or by fiat, whatever it is. This is the county does not exist and does not meet its obligations without doing those. So obviously that takes number one precedent. Then number two is where we start to get into what we could do, which is a nebulous start to slippery slope, because now we're talking about things that sure are important and yes, depending on how you wake up in the morning thinking about things, obviously they're going to be more important or less important to that individual purpose. But limiting the extent to which reductions in dedicated revenue are backfilled with discretionary resources. That is a very powerful sentence, and it speaks to the heart of why that particular program is on those columns and in that box. And it's not because of an ideological perspective, I don't believe. It's because this was a program that is not being cut, but is being potentially not resurrected because the state decided to change what they were going to fund and what programs they were going to operate and just kicked it back to the counties. Hey, this is your obligation again. And so, again, I think that's it's an important distinction. Wherever we land on this and what is or isn't palatable or what we learn to love or love to hate relative to what's being proposed, that is just an incredibly important distinction as far as the money that goes to the building with the dome over there and what comes back to us and what obligations we have to fulfill. Then the third level is funding new or enhanced programs that focus on the most critical and urgent needs with the following priority focuses. And that goes back to the little bread box that you mentioned of where people say, hey, this is really important to me, and you're not doing that good of a job. Those are the things we want to fund first. And we specifically call out homelessness, including housing, mental health, and substance use treatment, and roads, which we've heard from polling after polling after polling how important roads are to people. And so I'm not here to say one way or another how I feel about a particular program and funding a particular program, but I am here to say that given the intricacies of the funding constraints that we have, the risk, and I've been using this phrase a lot recently, and I don't know why, but the risk is that we end up being a mile wide and an inch deep because we're spreading everything so thin to try and be something to everybody that we're not really effectively doing those things which we ought to be doing, which is in and of itself a level of discretion beyond that which we must do. And so that's why I think it's important to really take to heart what these priorities mean. Now, to go back to what I was saying relative to the donuts and breaking that down, this is quick and dirty back of the napkin math, but if we were to take, and I don't even remember which donut it was, might have been human assistance. It was the one that's primarily departmentally funded. Health and Human Services has a budget of $2.5 billion, and judging off of the coloration there, I guesstimated it to be about 12% discretionary. Versus Public Safety and Justice has a budget of $1.2 billion, and I judge it to be a little north of 50% discretionary funded. And so if we apply that 2% across the board, that would be and I really hope I get these numbers right, but I'm not sure that I will. I think it's a $12 million hit to the $1.2 billion budget and a $6 million hit to the $2.5 billion budget. So when you talk about proportionally how a department feels the impact, obviously the budget that is more reliant on discretionary resources is going to have to make deeper cuts. And I don't know that there's a way around that, but I just want to point that out, that that's why when the DA's office and when public defenders and when the sheriffs come and they say, hey, you know, we can't cut that deep, we're going to the bone. That's why, is because it's proportionately from the size of the overall department budget, it's a deeper cut for them. And so if rather than just being across the board 2% general fund, if there's a way to slice that pie differently that's a little more quote unquote equitable to the impact to the overall budget, I don't know. But again, I appreciate having these conversations with a long enough runway that we can sort of tease some of these bigger ideas out.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, thanks, Supervisor Hume. I think that I think that, so when we look at Health and Human Services, if you say, I want to make sure I'm following what your question is. If you say, you know, a 2% times 2.5 billion, is that what you're suggesting?
No, it would be 2%. Well, it'd be 2.5 billion times 12%, right? Because you've got to get down to the size of the blue wedge, and then 2% of that.
I think that's what we're talking about.
I know it is, and what I'm saying
what are you suggesting?
Is that when you look at that, how you extract that out, then you have the budget where the blue is more than 50% of the donut. That would be a $12 million cut to a $1.2 billion budget, versus the budget that is twice as large would be a half as much cut because of the size of the blue wedge.
Yeah, right. And I think an important thing to note here, though, is that blue wedge is relatively small, but it is sort of being leveraged to result in funding in the green wedge. So,
and those are the intricacies that I can't tell from the donuts.
Right.
Supervisor Sarna?
Thank you. Amanda, can you go back to the matrix, the last slide, please? Thank you. So my first question this afternoon on the subject was, is staff expecting us to actually vote today? And I heard an affirmation of that you're expecting us to vote. So there's going to be a motion at some point. You've given us these guideposts to help us hone, because I think you're asking us to vote today, but it's voting on a step in an iterative process, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and you've outlined as best you can, was it 1, 2, 3, 5 by 5? So 25 kind of parameters that we can take as kind of the 5 alternatives you've given us, the columns, or I'm going to suggest a means to, on the fly, mix and match. And you mentioned it earlier, Amanda. You said, hey, we could do constrained with healthy partners option, but go down to 2% and take 12 million minus 2% across the board, and add 12 million, if I heard you correctly, from projected use of fund balance and reserves. So that gets us to what, 72 million, something like that, right? So, and you've given us a couple of options here, which are north of that in terms of the hit to fund balance, or the hit from fund balance and reserves. One of them being over 100 million. So if I'm asked right now to consider an quote unquote iterative option for the purposes of giving some very clear direction vis-a-vis an actual vote today on this, my druthers, given everything you've armed us with, Amanda, thinking about everything that's in play here up until this slide, would be to do negative 2%, keep healthy partners, so option 1B, and start from the place of a slightly higher projected use of fund balance and reserves at 72 million, if I had my math correct, which is what I think I heard you say. So correct me if I'm wrong on the math. But yeah, so if you're asking me, just one supervisor, hey, give us a vote about what you see in front of you here, and you may have subsequent slides that maybe refine this a bit, I don't know. But that's where I would land, is because the two parameters that I'm really focused on, and I think we should be focused on, actually three of them, is the percentage cut across the board, top row, maintaining a very critically important program, which I understand the reason we're looking at it specifically is because of timing, if I heard you correctly, what the state has done, and the fact that you need guidance from us this early in the budgetary process based on the timing of that particular program. Fair enough. So it would be a negative 2% top, keep 1B, and start from the place of 72 million, and then look from in the weeks and months ahead, hey, how do we begin to whittle away at not using fund balance and in reserves and where we can. That's where I would fall if my arm is twisted at the moment.
County Exec Villanueva.
Thank you, Supervisor. I just wanted to bring up, and I think Supervisor Cerna caught this and explained it. The reason why we're bringing CMISP and Healthy Partners to you is because of what was happening at the state. So I punched up before you made your statement. So I think you're right on track on that. Another alternative that's not up there that in the Healthy Partners CMISP provision where it included the $29 million, one piece of that was to put some of that money into a reserve to cover that cost. That cost was about $5 million. We could take money and use that $5 million, which is less than the $14 million, I think it is, for the moving up to the 1B, if you wanted to make a slimmed down version. But I don't think that's where you are right now. But I just wanted to let you know that there is an opportunity to use some money in there in that point too.
Well, maybe there's an opportunity to, if you want to call what I'm talking about the sixth option, maybe what you're talking about is option 6A. But I don't know that I'm there yet. I think if you're asking us kind of in very rough terms today to give you some really as tangible as they can be thoughts about, you know, what we prefer, at least 3 out of 5 of us prefer in terms of the moving parts here. What I've just said is kind of where I'm at, given what you've given the supervisor.
Thank you.
All right.
So if there are no other questions on that slide, this just captures what the recommended actions are so that there's clarity about that. We are recommending approval of the priorities and then recommending approval of that initial allocation approach, which would include both the percentage change in resource allocations to departments and then the CMISP Healthy Partners option.
Okay. No other speakers up here. Are there any requests to speak?
Yes, we do have several requests to speak on this item. First up, we have John Briggs.
Good afternoon. My name is John Briggs. I am a member of Friends of Sailor Bar and a board member of Save the American River Association. And I'm here today to speak on behalf of Parks and Recreation, meaning that we believe that Parks and Recreation is a high priority and that any cuts that we're looking at here be done with a scalpel. And the reason for that is a statement I'm about to make, which I think everybody probably agrees with. Public health is greatly enhanced by public parks. So when I was preparing for this, I did some research on scientific papers, studies that have been done about the effect of public parks. I'll share with you a couple things I found. The CDC has shown that parks promote physical activity so that there's a 25% increase of people who use public parks who exercise 3 days a week. Now that can only help the community in general. Penn State did a study and found that the mental well-being of the population was far better because of public parks, which include reduced stress levels and lower blood pressure. So there's a direct correlation between having functional and good public parks and the mental health of the community. Public parks also promote the environment and help with the management of public resources. Parks and protected public lands are proven to improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of the air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, produce habitat for wildlife, and provide a place for children and families to connect with nature and recreate outdoors together. We're finding that recreating outdoors is a hugely beneficial benefit to the population, particularly in a wild habitat such as the Parkway, where you have incredible experiences for people who would otherwise sit at home and play games on their computers.
John, can you wrap it up, please?
Yes, I will. What I'm driving at here is that the public parks are an absolutely necessary resource for the community. And we've got to be very careful about the way we approach it. I ask you, please, to use a scalpel looking at public parks. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
And our next speaker is Alan Rhodes.
Good afternoon, Alan.
Thank you. So earlier I was happy to present the check for $40,000 for Gibson Ranch. And nonprofits can continue to help, but we need to be aligned with the priorities of the county. You, the supervisors, need to pay attention. I agree with everything John said. I want to add a couple of things. The parks are assets. They are assets subject to deterioration. They're subject to either permanent or temporary deterioration, and either way, when that deterioration happens, it will result in greater costs in the future. So that is one factor that really needs to be taken into consideration, because those are not replaceable. The resources are not always replaceable. And I want to emphasize also that operations and maintenance are crucial. And it's unfortunate. I realize you all have you're in a terrible place. It's very hard to make these decisions. But we need to protect what we have. We can't go backwards without falling. So I think John already covered the other stuff I was going to say, so I just want to say I don't envy your place here. And I realize my comments are specific and probably could be held on to. I hope you'll hold on to them to when you're actually dealing with those specifics. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
And our next speaker is Jody King.
So I have a lot of appreciation, new appreciation for what you're all doing. I will admit, that is over my head. So I'm just going to speak from my heart. And I want to say, Supervisor Desmond, I have great respect for you. You were right all along about wanting to have more people come to Sailor Bar. And as a result of our campaign, thanks to you, thanks to Liz, there's a significant number of people coming to Sailor Bar, way more than before. Families are coming, and they're enjoying the time together without cell phones. And this has led me and others to take an interest in what's happening in other parks, including with the Pathway to Play project at Gibson Ranch. I went there yesterday because Mark had invited John and me to go. Oh my gosh, I was blown away. Families, I mean, we estimated he said over 100 families, I think maybe over 100 people, but there were a lot of people, children, playing together, some with obvious disabilities. You know, their parents being able to be with them. And I didn't see a single teen or child on their cell phone. Do you think that being able to have this free resource to go there will prevent mental illness, will help the parents be able to cope with the children, will make their lives better and our lives better as a community. And do you think programs like this at parks will be able to cut down on costs? I totally support the Healthy Partners program for helping people in the community to be able to be helped, have a good quality of life. But what we're talking about with parks is to be proactive and to pride this at the upfront. And I do hope you will support our parks.
Thank you, Jody.
Our next speaker will be Mary Tappel.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address you. I'm one of the many volunteers who puts in just tens of hours with the River City Waterway Alliance, working on cleaning up creeks and the American River Parkway in, of course, Sacramento County, where I've lived now for many decades. And I know parks are essential for people's physical health, their mental health, their psychological health, and a lot of people for their spiritual health too. And our young people in particular need to be able to go to our natural areas, to their own resources, see wildlife, be able to make a connection with nature that will help them their whole lives long. And we need that to be without worry about being attacked by anybody, by any unleashed pit bulls, to not encounter unsanitary conditions and not encounter environmental degradation driving out the wildlife. So we need to keep all of our funding for our parks intact and all of the maintenance on our parks, because they pay back the county and they help avoid a whole lot of expenses for people's deteriorating health. And everybody, I think, knows it, that we need these green open spaces. We all do. We need better water quality, better air quality. We need to be able to see some of our natural world, not too trampled on in a disrespectful way. And thank you and we need a place where everybody from every walk of life can go and recreate and do things that are good for everybody's health and our overall environmental health in a positive way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary.
Our next speaker will be Roland Brady.
He's not here.
Thank you. And our next speaker will be Lisa Sanchez.
Good afternoon, Lisa.
Hello. I'm also a volunteer with River City Waterway Alliance, and I just wanted to give my information to you regarding budget cuts. We love the American River Parkway, so as of a few years ago, budget cuts were not implemented for them, and actually additional funding was granted, which was amazing in all aspects and respects of that. So we are here today to stand by that and request that there aren't any additional budget cuts for the American River Parkway. We all know that this world's a little chaotic, and going to these natural spaces that we hold dearly is important to us as well as everybody. But I'm also here to include a bigger scope of our creeks and waterways, as I normally do. And I would like to bring the attention of our county DWR department involved in this as well. I've worked with them for many years directly on other projects within the county, not just with the American River Parkway, with county parks. But I do think that they have been fairly underfunded. I understand their budget is restricted for very, very many reasons of that. But they can only do so much, and I'm working with them to try to reduce the impacts of the unhoused population within the creeks and waterways. And DWR has not been able to facilitate and help us as much as they would like to. And so I would just encourage you guys to just consider them as an agency or department that could use a little bit of a boost on that. So just with that respect, I appreciate you all. Thank you for everything that you have done and continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Our next speaker will be Tim Vial.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, County Supervisors, County staff. My name is Tim Vial. I'm both a board member of the Save the American River Association and the founding board member of the American River Bike Patrol, which has 120 members, grown in the last 6 years. I had the good fortune to move onto the parkway, or next to the parkway in Rancho Cordova 6 years ago. one of the last wild and scenic rivers that courses through 30 miles of U.S. city like the city of Sacramento. Just an amazing place. I'm going to not try to duplicate what you've already heard because I agree with what you've heard already, but I would point out that the Parkway is a huge economic driver for the city and the county, with, I believe, something like $500 million plus brought into the community each year by people that come and visit and use the Parkway, and hence a vital asset worth your time and investment to move forward with. You've already heard that it's good for the public health of the community, which certainly is. My neighbors use the Parkway day in and day out, as my wife and I do. And I don't envy your tough choices in the next few months as we head into the new budget year. So thank you for your good work. Thank you for the Parkway. Thank you to the Parkway staff for doing a wonderful job in the few years that I've been paying close attention. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim.
Our next speaker is Mark Baker.
Hi, Supervisors. My name is Mark Baker. I've enjoyed the American River Parkway my entire life, and I have been actively cleaning and restoring it since the 2017 floods. I serve on the board of the Sacramento Creeks Council. I'm a founding member of River City Waterway Alliance, and I work for the Sacramento Valley Conservancy. Through these partnerships, I have helped lead hundreds of volunteer cleanups that have removed hundreds of thousands of pounds of trash from our waterways and parks. I can say without hesitation that the American River Parkway has never looked better than it does today. I work side by side with county maintenance crews and park rangers, and I see firsthand what happens when the county commits real resources and partners with volunteers. Trash is removed, habitats recover, public safety improves, and people take pride in these places again. This progress is not accidental. It is the direct result of sustained county investment. That same momentum is visible across county regional park systems. When parks are funded, staff can do their jobs, volunteers step up, and public becomes engaged. When parks are neglected, costs go up, damage accumulates, and park trust erodes. County regional parks is not just the American River Parkway, it is a county-wide system serving millions of visits each year and protecting irreplaceable natural, recreational, and cultural resources. These lands cannot be put on hold, and they cannot be maintained in goodwill alone. I urge you to make the county regional parks a clear funding priority in this budget. The return on investment is proven, and community support is strong. And the cost of underfunding environmentally, financially, and socially is far greater than the cost of doing this right. Please protect and this progress and keep investing in our parks.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Becky Hers.
Hi, Becky.
Hi, my name is Becky Hers. I am your District 2 representative for the Regional Parks Commission and the current chair of the Parks Commission. And I'm also here to speak about the parks and the parks budget. I've been on the commission for 7 years, and when I first started, there was this daunting CIP list of unfunded projects, and we're finally starting to make some progress and make a dent in that and address some of the deferred maintenance that's been ongoing in parks. Parks have a positive impact on the quality of life of everybody in the community. They increase the property value, which actually increases our tax revenue, which then increases our discretional spending options because we have more funds coming in. They build community, and they improve the health and safety of the people who participate in using them. And when we look at that grid that we're looking at of all the areas that concern the community, parks really have to handle a lot of the homeless problem also. Our park rangers work with the homeless just as our sheriff's department does. Parks address vulnerable children and give them an equitable place to play and engage in their community. They help mental health across the board, for people suffering from mental health problems to people just wanting to take their mental health up a notch. And they help with climate action, they help with the environment. And so when we're looking at areas that the community values, even though parks was above 75% on that graph that we were looking at, but it wasn't into the unsatisfied range. And I don't think that the budget should suffer because Liz is doing such a great job keeping the community happy with the limited budget that she has. So I would like to ask you, as you set your budget priorities, to really look at protecting parks. When you're protecting law enforcement, think about the park rangers. When you're protecting the environment, think about how the trees and the rivers impact the environment. And when you're thinking about the community's health and mental health, think about how the parks contribute to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky.
Our next speaker is Mark Berry.
Good afternoon, Mark.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you. And it was impressive what you have to go through and learn to do what you have to do, especially in matters concerning the budget. So thank you very much. I just wanted to, I'm a member of the American River Parkway Advisory Committee, and just want to sort of point out a couple observations from the discussions. Supervisor Hume wanted us to focus on budget priorities and avoid making decisions that were a mile wide and inch deep. And then Supervisor Kennedy pointed out that, the consideration between the health priorities or the no health priorities option really didn't consider all the alternatives. And then Supervisor Hume was pointing out there is no itemization as to programs or considerations, but it seems to be sort of big across the board's cuts. And I just wanted to point out in looking at sort of the donuts, as we're calling them, I guess, and the areas that we do have, as a county, some discretion there, that, public safety and justice and, the parks are kind of lumped there. And then what I would encourage, if possible, that we do is look at the community input chart. And it looked to me like parks and recs, homelessness, and public safety were some of the three biggest priorities out there. So if we can look at what's very important, and we're considering itemizations, I'd like you to consider that the parks seem to be, and the police work and the homelessness are somewhat intertwined. So if we can, when we look at the budget going forward, look at more of an itemized approach and look at the priorities that the community has said are important to them, parks being one of them. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our final speaker on the list is Philip Norton.
All right. Hello. Good afternoon, Chair Rodriguez, Vice Chair Hume, and members of the board. My name is Philip Norton. I'm Chief of Staff to Sacramento Mayor Pro Tem Eric Guerra, and here on his behalf. We support the Healthy Partners program, as this program provides healthcare access for the families who need it most here in Sacramento County, and regardless of their immigration status. We respectfully request the board to continue funding this program in next fiscal year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Serna?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't have any further speakers, correct, Mr. Clerk?
That is correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I've already said quite a bit and been trying to formulate maybe a somewhat refined option for this board to consider today, since we're being asked today to vote. And it feels a little uncomfortable just because it feels like we're taking formal action on something that is at the very beginning of its solidification. That is the budget in its totality. But we have to start somewhere. That's kind of what I'm feeling today. So being respectful of that, understanding that's what staff needs from us, because there are some aspects of the 26-27 fiscal year budget considerations that are being pressed upon us temporally in terms of needing to have some very clear direction about certain component parts of the budget, which we've already discussed, namely the Healthy Partners Program. In the interest of not just laying down, hey, this is what Supervisor Cerna thinks is the best mousetrap at this time. I would put down two alternatives for us to consider, and I'm happy to put it in a motion. One would be the one that I've already suggested, which would be for us to start, again, this is a starting place, to look at a 2% across what I'm calling across the board, which is the percentage change in initial resource allocation to departments. The minus 6.5% effective percentage reduction, assuming the 3.5% cost increase. You have the health CMISP Healthy Partners option 1B, which would keep intact the Healthy Partners program for those individuals at or below 138% of the federal poverty level. You would have no budget units with 3.5% increased in initial resource allocation. There would be none. And if my math is correct, then that would result in a $71 million projected use of fund balance and reserves. So that call that option 5B, since it would be respectful of the fact that we have 5 alternatives laid out here. So that would be 5B. I guess 5C would be you do a 2.5% across the board cut, and then basically it's a proportional reduction in use of fund balance. And again, if my math is correct, then you're probably looking at a $66 million use of fund balance or reserves. So that would be kind of this 5C alternative. So it would be 2.5% instead of the -2. Again, I've already clearly stated I'm really kind of focused on those 3 different elements to this at this early stage: the across-the-board cut, the preservation of healthy partners, and where our use of fund balance and reserves are at. And so I would make, well, I'm prepared to make it as a motion, but I certainly want to hear feedback about what I've suggested here before I do so. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair, and appreciate the discussion. Also want to thank Amanda again. This must be extremely difficult for you, dealing with all of us up here. And I want to thank the advocates for the Parkway. Boy, you've stuck it out all day, which says a lot about your passion, your love for the Parkway. And let me tell you, woe betides anybody who gets cross-threaded with the advocates for the Parkway. I've been there, and it's a very uncomfortable place to be. So thank you for being here and your advocacy. So there is something I want to read. This was out of a CSAC, the latest press. Or one of the latest statements in response to the state's budget. The state's budget proposes we all close our eyes and hope this crisis magically disappears while local communities lose health care, hospitals, food support, and public safety. I mean, I think that really sums it up well, how much we are struggling with this because we're not getting the help we should be getting, certainly from the federal government and also for the state government. So I wanted to just reiterate that point. And I think if you look at the evolution of the funds that were available to the counties, after ACA kicked in and the state took back a lot of this 1991 realignment money that counties had been relying on, and that's just in the wind. And that's not even available to us anymore. And that was used heavily to fund services for the population we're talking about, both the indigent health care and health care for undocumented immigrant population. So I share, I've had a lot of discussions with David and Siobhan about this. And, I look at what is the most important thing in communities, and it's health and safety. And those are inextricably linked. We're talking about health when we're talking about the indigent health care and certainly the Healthy Partners program. We're talking about more public safety when we're talking about the disproportionate impacts, notwithstanding the match component or dynamic that you were describing, Amanda, but we are talking about a disproportionate impact to those departments that rely more heavily on general fund. I am loath to support a proposal that completely cuts out or eliminates Healthy Partners. I can't I can't fathom doing that. I am, David, I'm intrigued with your proposal about reserve dollars. I do think that as you're developing the budget, and I'll make some comments on Supervisor Cerna's motion or his thoughts as well, but I do think as we're looking at this, I would ask that we really stretch to look at funds that are available, maybe things we fund external to the county that we've really considered sacred cows in the past. Maybe look at some of those things we could cut back that don't negatively impact health and safety, and possibly look at some other revenue sources that we have not maybe considered in a long time. I look at this chart. I'm also willing to stretch a little more on our projected use of fund balance. I mean, I'm already thinking, I don't think we're going to have one of those years again where we'd have a one-time infusion of funds to our road maintenance fund. I mean, I know that's not going to happen this year. But I don't think we're limited to our choices on this column, in deference to Supervisor Cerna and his points. But I would be more, and I don't know how much, I don't want to be bound by something that we may agree on today. You know, if there's a motion that say we support, I mean, I assume this is going to involve a lot more discussion, and there will be a lot of nuances. I mean, we're not making a final budget decision today, but my thought would be start with that recommended constrained approach, but incorporate some version of healthy partners, and using that $5 million reserve as a start. But then I also, in hearing, you've heard me before, David, I've talked about how public safety is such a priority of mine. And some of this is from a selfish perspective. I have a district that's 90% in the unincorporated area. So cuts to public safety at the patrol component of the Sheriff's Department disproportionately impacts my constituents in District 3. But look at possibly a less constrained approach for the Sheriff's Department or public safety related programs. So that's kind of where my thinking is, and maybe that may be, I don't know where that would be. I'm not even going to try to calculate any of the numbers, but those are some of my thoughts. I don't know how I would incorporate that into a alternative motion or at this point. But.
Before I move on to the other supers, I just have a couple of questions. So with Healthy Partners, we have how many individuals are impacted? I know it's somewhere in the report.
So we believe that about 25.
Is it 2,500? How many?
I'm going to let Tim come up. He's got the numbers. There's a lot of numbers swirling around.
Sorry. All right. So the question is how many people total in the program that we're estimating would be impacted. So currently covers about 36,000 people. That's undocumented people, individuals. We're expecting utilization about 2,500. Our cap is 4,000 right now. So essentially, if you look at the top cap, it's 4,000 people.
So 4,000 would get the coverage to cover the $12 million that we're talking about.
That's correct.
Okay, so, and help me understand this, because I've spent 24 years in healthcare, right? So I'm very clear on the lack of coverage is going to have an impact somewhere. It's either going to have it with the program that we pay, or it's going to mean that individuals are not going to get the preventative services and are going to end up in the ER. If they end up in the ER, who absorbs those costs? The hospital systems?
Yeah, in this case, the hospital systems, and if they're on emergency Medi-Cal, the Medi-Cal would also cover.
So I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. 36,000 people are impacted, but only about 4,000 are going to be able to obtain the coverage through Healthy
And that's
Partners.
because we have a cap on the program.
Right.
Yeah.
And how are those 4,000 selected?
We've actually, when we operated the program historically, we never got to that 4,000 cap, so we never had to address the issue of if we developed a wait list. If we got to the point that all 4,000 of those were filled and we were managing a wait list, we would try and work on prioritization based on health status.
So with that said, it's possible that we're not going to utilize the $12 million.
That is correct. We made assumptions based on what we expect for utilization and what we saw historically. Again, we want to be conservative. The last thing I want is to be sitting here in a year saying we underestimated and need another $5-10 million from the general fund. So I really hope that our costs are lower than this, and we expect that they would be, but we needed to model based on what we expect to be utilization, so we don't have any surprises.
And do we have that, and by the way, thank you, Tim, do we have that information based on prior years? That of the 4,000, we've only had, say, 3,000 in this program, therefore we can estimate that it may be 9 million instead of 12. Is that
We do. Because we operated this program most recently, we do have better utilization. And so our core numbers estimate that about 2,500 people would be more heavily utilized in the program. But there could be 4,000 people enrolled in the program. But we model based on who's going to really utilize the services.
And then my next question is for Amanda. Amanda, we're looking at this $12 million today for the Healthy Partners program. Are we going to be in a similar situation next year where it will be up for question again? Am I understanding how it works? So the $12 million we'll look at this year, but next year when we sit here, will we be looking at this similar line item on the budget?
So I think what we're looking for is direction in terms of what our base budget assumptions should be, right? So if the direction is to fund the Healthy Partners program, that would become part of the base budget assumption going forward.
Got it. Thank you. And then I just want to make one last comment that I would be interested in looking at other options to be able to fund this through other programs that I'm not aware of, but that for the funding to be found so that we can cover this program. That's it. All right, Supervisor Cerna?
I think that's a hangover, my bad, sorry.
Okay. Supervisor Hume?
I think I have a hangover too, but we didn't get the samples from the art people this morning. First of all, I just want to point out again that part of the reason we're in this conundrum that we're talking about today is the actions of the state. Yeah. The governor proposed a budget that increases spending by $28 billion and yet cuts programs that fund necessary care to those who can least afford it. That point should not be lost on those of you that are coming here with your own particular things that you'd like to see funded. And I agree that parks are critically important, waterways are critically important. I mean, my goodness, we just saw Chinook salmon return to Puda Creek, where it's like, that's amazing stuff. But, so I don't have an issue one way or another about Healthy Partners per se, other than the fact that, when you are scraping the barrel and we're talking about utilizing precious tax revenues for those who are undocumented, certain people take umbrage with that. But to the point of the chair, those costs are borne by somebody. It's not like they just go away if we don't choose to fund the program. So here's kind of where my brass tacks bottom line would be, is I don't think we have 5 options in these columns, because one of those options leads to the insolvency where our reserves balance goes below 0, which can't happen, and we would have to make draconian cuts and whatever else. But point being is that these are the lesser of the evils that are still go-broke strategies. And to the point relative to something that the chair was just asking as far as next year's decision, it's not just $12 million, it's an additional $49 million that the CMISP plus the Healthy Partners is projected to cost. So that's an additional almost $50 million we're going to have to reconcile with for next year's budget. So these things are not considered in isolation. So I come back and I appreciate I don't have a full grasp potentially of discretionary, departmental, semi-discretionary, and how those things are leveraged for different funding streams. But to go back to my example of how I think an across-the-board general fund only focus affects departments differently. Again, the donut that is public safety, that would be a 1% cut to their budget. The donut that I can't remember if it was human assistance or health services, it would be 1/4% cut to their budget. So I guess, again, to get back to where I'm at, 59 million, given that we have several different scenarios of how we could get to that. For me, that is the ceiling of my comfort level, because we're going to have to make cuts beyond that next year and the following year and potentially the year after that. So if the Healthy Partners program is that important, and it sounds like for at least 3 of the colleagues that I've heard from, it is, I don't have objection to that necessarily, but my gauntlet that I would throw down is we have to either take the $5 million that was going to go into reserves and apply that, so now that we only have a $7 million delta, but somehow we have to find that money somewhere else in the budget so that that $59 million bottom line. And it may be, and this was sort of alluded to, it may be something that goes closer to the 8% cut, because when it comes time and we hear from the sheriff and the DA, I'm going to be sympathetic when they say we cannot absorb these cuts to our departments. So I know that we're going to take a vote. I don't know how I stand relative to the actual motion that has been floated out there, but I hope this direction is at least helpful as far as where I stand. And I hate being like a curmudgeon or, a penny pincher, but I feel that there comes a time where you have to sort of recognize the dire situation that you're facing. And I'd rather mete out reasonable cuts than have to make really deep cuts at a later date. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Supervisor Cerna?
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate this conversation and hearing from my colleagues. It's enlightening for me to understand where everyone kind of starts from. That's what, again, thematically today, this afternoon, 4:27 in the afternoon, we're being asked to pick a starting position. And I have to constantly remind myself of that, because it's very uncomfortable looking at such coarse alternatives at this point. So, it's psychologically, you just have to kind of tell yourself, okay, this is the starting point. We're going to refine. We're going to get to March. We're going to get to, we're going to have conversations and briefings. We're going to have one-on-one conversations with staff. We're going to have probably further workshops, I suspect, with probably growing numbers in the gallery here. But staff absolutely need us to have this conversation and make a conclusion to it. So that's what I'm prepared to do. It's very helpful. Thank you, Supervisor Hume, to kind of let me know as what I'm going to do, make a motion as a motion maker. Understand you were very clear about the $59 million, which is included in 3 out of the 5 starting place alternatives that staff has given us. What that does, obviously, is, again, preserving Healthy Partners. Then what has to move here, or one of the things that can move here, is the across the board at minus 3%. I'm willing to make a motion to go with what staff has given us in terms of that, what's being called the constrained with Healthy Partners alternative. That's fine. I mean, it's not fine. It's, it's where I think maybe there's a bit of consensus up here from what I've heard so far. I don't know if you're willing to entertain at minus 2.5%, as I suggested, at 66 million. Of course, that doesn't respect the hard line that you seem to have drawn in the sand at 59. But I think it's a modest adjustment that, if I understand staff's rough arithmetic at this point, it gets us that 0.5% lower reduction across the board. I think that is important to me, as well as some of the other things here I've mentioned. So again, I feel like I'm kind of taking the temperature here, but at this point, I guess I would make the motion to do just that, to go at 2.5% keep Healthy Partners at $66 million in projected use of fund balance and reserves. Again, understanding that the next time we have this conversation in public, that may change. No one's going to get wed today to this. Certainly speaking for myself, I don't expect to. But what I think staff is rightfully giving us is just, not just food for thought, but give them a place where they can go back, do their work, really sharpen their pencils and hone what this all means. And I suspect we're going to probably see all kinds of different permutations in the future about, okay, well, this is how it may change this department or that department or public safety. Or so, again, armed with what we've been given, that's what I would suggest in the form of a motion and ask for a second.
I'll second. Considering all of the caveats and
a lot of caveats. Yeah.
Can I ask a question to the maker of the motion? So the 66, that is taking into account the $5 million reserve? That's what that calculation is?
I'm not clear on that.
Okay.
Where I was going was simply taking the difference in across the board. So if David, if you're telling us there's a way to soften that, or
in 1B, and in either 1A or 1B, there is a reserve that makes up the cost of putting together those costs. So those costs include services, administrative support, startup cost, and then a reserve of about $5 million. So there is a $5 million reserve in there. It's still recommended that we keep the $5 million, and I understand your recommendation, and we do have the same numbers of $66 million.
Okay.
But at some point, we need to make sure that that reserve is there. As Supervisor Rodriguez was saying, we could go through this process, and the number could be incredibly lower than this. We could go through this process; it could be incredibly higher.
Yeah.
So that's why the reserves is there, and so that's why we would want to. We'd either keep the reserve or we could soften it. Okay. And remember, these are all estimates. These are estimates. You hear Amanda say it all the time. These numbers will change, but these are the best estimates that we have right now. And Supervisor Cerny, you outlined it very well. This is something that we need to start with. And I don't know if this makes you feel better or worse, but we go through this every year amongst the executive team, trying to go through this same hand-wringing, trying to figure out where do we start this process so we'd end up at someplace in the end. The reason why we brought it is because I think Supervisor Hume brought this up last year, wanting to have input in this. So I guess you asked for this.
And thank you. And with that, with all those caveats, including caveats related to my concern about public safety and everything, I'm okay supporting that as a starting point.
Yeah. Thank you.
I have one more speaker. Supervisor Hume.
Thank you. Just very quickly, I'm going to vote against the motion, not because I am for or against any particular program that is proposed to be cut or preserved, but simply because I'm trying to draw that hard line that we need to be serious about fixing the structural deficit sooner rather than later.
Understood.
And so I'm just going to share that when I go back to the graph that has us going upside down, in the 29-30 fiscal year, I think tough decisions have to be made now to try to eliminate that from happening. So this is where people see the ultra conservativeness, and so I'm not going to support it, but I appreciated the discussion, and I just want to stay as ultra conservative as we can financially, because we either make those ugly decisions now or we're going to make them in a few years down the road. Okay, so are you going to up for a vote?
That item passes 3-2 with noes from Rodriguez and Hume.
All right, will the clerk please call the, first, Amanda, I just want to say thank you for the presentation. It was very informative. Supervisor Hume, I'm so glad that we had this conversation, because it allows us to really start thinking about things as we prepare for the budget season. So will the clerk please call the next item?
And
Before we do, can I just say, Tim, I'm glad you clarified that you didn't move on the Parkway, because otherwise Liz was going to have to follow you with some rangers.
Supervisors, before we move off of that item, item 1A included confirming the budget priorities. And so if you could make a motion and vote on the budget priorities, that would be great.
Just a second.
All right.
With a pointing out that priority 3 includes the definition of healthy partners. Go ahead.
And the budget priorities motion passes 4-1 with the no from Supervisor Hume.
All right, would the clerk please call the next item?
And our next item is number 57, Board to consider nominations. The following nominations have been continued to the January 27th, 2026 meeting: the Adult and Aging Commission, Cemetery Advisory Commission, Children's Coalition, Cosumnes Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council, Disability Advisory Commission, In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee, Sacramento County Youth Commission, and the following nominations have been continued to February 10th, 2026. Those include Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, North Highlands Community Planning Advisory Council, Orangevale Community Planning Advisory Council, Sacramento County Treasury Oversight Committee, and South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council. And with today's item, we will start off with the Carmichael Recreation and Park District. There are, Supervisor Desmond has 2 seats to be filled.
Please nominate Jessica Wall and continue the remainder to January 27th.
Thank you. And then we have the Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council. There are 4 seats to be filled. Supervisor Desmond, 2 seats to be filled require your nominations.
Please continue to February 10th.
Thank you. And Supervisor Kennedy, 2 seats to be filled require your nominations.
It's me. It's me.
Okay, I was going to say, let's see how I go along with it.
I have notes today, so I will say I would like to continue those items to February 10th.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I was asking your secretary over there.
Can I make some appointments in District 5?
Please, would you?
All right. Then we also now have the County Service Area 4B Slough House Wilton Consumnes. Vice Chair Hume, 2 seats to be filled.
I would like to continue this to January 27th.
Thank you very much. Galt Arno Cemetery District, 1 seat to be filled.
Continue to February 10th.
Thank you. Health and Human Services Coordinating Council, 2 seats to be filled. Chair Rodriguez.
Please continue to January 27th.
Thank you. Public Health Advisory Board, Chair, there are 5 total vacancies.
Chief recommends Michael Wong and continue the rest to January 27th.
Thank you. Sacramento County Behavioral Health Commission, there are 2 total vacancies. District 3 nomination has 1 nomination.
Please continue to February 10th.
Thank you. District 4 has 1 nomination.
Please continue to January 27th.
Thank you. Southeast Area Community Planning Advisory Council. Vice Chair Hume has 4 vacancies.
If my District 1 colleague confers, I'd like to continue to February 24th.
Thank you.
So be it.
And those are all the nominations for today. Next item on the agenda is 58, executive comments.
Thank you, Todd. Not a lot of comments today. I just wanted to say welcome to 2026, and I appreciate the conversation that we had related to the budget. It's very constructive and very helpful as I move forward, preparing the budget to bring back to you in June. I'm sure we'll have other touch points coming up. We talked about additional revenue. We're scheduling that for either the end of this month or early in February. So there's a lot of other things that will impact the budget as we go. But as Supervisor Cerna said, this is a starting point. So lots of things will change going going forward. And this is very helpful, the information that you guys provided. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item.
And item 59, supervisor comments, reports, and announcements.
All right, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. I do have an adjournment, so if there are others that have comments first, certainly want to give them the floor, but if I'm the only one that wants to speak, I do have an adjournment.
Okay, I do have a couple of comments. I just want to recognize Isabella Fang, a freshman who has advanced to the finals of the Music Teachers National Association National Junior Piano Competition. Isabel has been studying piano for 10 years and won top prizes in international competitions. She made her Carnegie Hall debut at the age of 6 and has performed with orchestras both here and abroad. So we want to congratulate her. And I just want to say, Todd, thank you today. I think it was, you have a new supervisor, well, fairly new supervisor's chair, and you knew, and so you being new, I look forward to working more closely and figuring out a lot of the things that go on up here. But thank you for your hard work. And I just want to give a shout out. We received an email from a constituent for a county employee who is a county benefits manager, Alice Kruger, who went above and beyond to work with an outside agency during the holidays. And so I just want to give her a shout out. And thank you. That's it. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I'd like to adjourn today's board meeting with the memory of producer, actor, director, and activist Rob Reiner. Yesterday, we had our monthly First Five Commission meeting, and we began the meeting with a reflection on Mr. Reiner, and the reason why is that he was the lead advocate, the brainchild, the architect of Proposition 10, which the voters of California passed in 1997. That was a momentous vote, as it was the suggestion that we tax tobacco products and use that tax for early childhood development, education, dental health, and do it under the umbrella and with the construct of First Five commissions for all 58 counties in the state of California, us having one of them, and me having the privilege and honor of chairing that commission for several years now. It was right to do it, obviously, yesterday during the course of our First Five Commission meeting, but I also think it's very appropriate here because we work in hand in glove with our First Five Commission when it comes to this board's consideration of policies and resource allocation for child welfare, early education initiatives, things that subject matter that is the purview of First Five Commissions up and down the state. And unfortunately, we are all too aware of the very unfortunate circumstances of Mr. Reiner's passing, along with his late wife. But I think it's right that we adjourn today in the memory of activist and advocate Rob Reiner.
Okay. Well, with all that said, thank you, everybody. Drive safe, and we will adjourn today's meeting in memory of Rob Reiner.